Hello everyone, I hope you're all doing great today. Make sure you check out my Instagram at Joe the Insomniac and the podcast in the description below. My dad grew up in a foresty area in Queensland, Australia, as the son of a great forest ranger. My whole life, I spent a lot of time out in that forest camping and driving through parts of the forestry that only rangers would travel through, and only very occasionally. One place that Dad loves to take us is a little farm in the middle of the forest that was impossible to find if you don't know the way. Locals call the place Spike's Hut. Spike was a local farmer who had lived down there for decades up until the 90s. He had a reputation for being abusive, violent, bigoted, and not really caring about men of the law. He had a habit of approaching guys in bars who were wearing earrings and tearing them straight out, and a few stories about people who displeased him disappearing. Basically, Spike wasn't a nice guy, and his farm and hut reflect that very well. My dad would take us up there every time we visited the forest, and the hut would be in a worse and worse condition every time we went there. Now, we always had a strange feeling like we're being watched there, even though Spike was long gone. As I got older, I became more aware of signs of life in the place when we visited. There would be 44-gallon drums of full smashed up beer bottles. Fire pits were reasonably fresh with coals around them. Someone was definitely out there. God knows why. The place is literally a snake pit. But my dad didn't seem concerned. On one trip when I was a teenager, things got strange really quick. My friends and I all piled into my dad's 4x4 and were driving through the bush to Spike's so Dad could tell his scary Spike stories and freak us out. We drove onto the property and something immediately caught my eye. Up on the hill opposite Spike's hut, there appeared to be a cowboy, slumped against a log, with a hat covering his face, just sleeping. Now, something about his body position appeared unnatural and uncomfortable. It wasn't the way you'd be sat if you're taking a casual nap in the middle of a working day, and even if it was, there was no reason for anyone to be out there. The farm was long defunct and there was no forest business to be taken there. I pointed it out to my dad, and instead of letting us out of the car at Spike's like he usually does, he said he wanted to keep driving through the farm to show us something. He maintained it's nothing to do with the figure. Now, it's pretty creepy because all of us are seeing this. And of course, whatever he wanted to show us made up the point that he was actually driving away from the cowboy. Now, when we come back, I spot the same cowboy slumped over again, never moving an inch, still in a very unnatural position. I yell out to my dad to stop, reminding him of the promise, but instead, he acts as though he can't hear me, locked the doors and drove off much faster. My friends and I all looked at each other in confusion, but we knew that when it come to this area, questioning my dad was futile at best and dangerous at worst. My dad denied any of the events of that day ever happening, but my friends and I all saw it. The thing I don't like is I never got an answer to it. So a few months later, we went out camping on our own to find Spike's hut. It took literally hours of driving through the forest to find the gate to Spike's property, but eventually, we found it without Dad's help. Something was off once we got there, more so than usual. My mate jumped out of the car, but suddenly frozen, not wanting to walk any closer to the hut for no visible reason. The vibe was just wrong that day, and it felt as though we walked into something that didn't belong to us. The tug in my gut to get out was strong, but I'd spent 2 hours trying to find the place, and god damn it, I'm going to explore it. One of my friends acted brave and walked from the car to the hut with me, quickly acknowledging more and more signs of inhabitants, with knowing nods between us. We said nothing, but were on high alert. It felt like somebody could be back at any minute, or they never left, watching us as we poked around the debris. We walk up to the side of the hut to find a small shed with 3 walls. I heard my friend's voice go squeaky as he calls me over to look inside. On the ground, there's a massive pile of ashes from what looks like a cooking fire, and confirming this, there's the presence of a giant makeshift grill, made from the cross-hatched wire, sitting over the fire, hinged to the shed walls. As I'm looking after this setup, I figure that whoever was here was using large chunks of their kill over the fire. But then my stomach dropped. As my eyes travelled down the grill to the ground, I see a baby's sock. It's tiny pink and terribly out of place. Then another. Then a t-shirt. Then a ribbon from a child's hair, all sitting on the ashes. Next to it is a weekly Christmas cookbook. That's when the alarm bells went off in my head. I rounded up my mates to get out of there. Some ranger are all crazy bushy, hanging out at that trashed hut was one thing, but there was absolutely no reason for them things to be there. And there's no way anything good could have come from this. When we got back to the campground, we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and all of us are deeply unsettled. We pack up our stuff and decide not to stay for the night. When I got home, I tell my dad and he just shakes it off and says, "Weird stuff happens there." My name is Avi. When I was 6 years old, I lived in a small town in western Washington state. The city is very close to the forest area, and the population is mostly backwoods, country type. In the year 1998, I think, I was living in town. A night came where something strange and unique happened. My mind couldn't really grasp what was happening, neither could the adults who witnessed it. My parents and grandparents, my uncle who's a police officer, and all of our neighbours witnessed a large number of green orbs glowing in the sky, moving around. They're around the size of a softball, maybe a little bigger. My mum reminisced in the night and told me about how they chased my grandmother's dig up the street and would pace the local traffic. A family friend admitted to seeing them in a nearby highway at night. My family has a very religious background, so they thought that these were sinister or evil. I vividly remember the green balls connecting in lines of 5 or so. They span around for a bit, then went free again. They would hover just above the street, up around the street lights, just everywhere in between. My mum kept ushering my brother and I inside out of fear, but I wasn't afraid. This must have been because I was young and not really sure what was going on or aware of the danger, because there's at least 100 of them. I have theories about them, but I've never been able to find any other than encounters, so this is really an attempt to try and figure out exactly what they are. To the credit of my religious family, they didn't seem to cause the lights to leave. I remember the last I saw of them was my grandmother praying and telling them to go. They suddenly stopped all at once and shot up into the sky, disappearing forever. I've wanted to see them again ever since. I'm 27 now, and I'm still wondering what they were. The main theory is they're extraterrestrial. My mother supplements this because she remembers seeing a large spacecraft with lights in the sky. So I lived in the Midwest of the US. The street I grew up on wasn't the best neighborhood, but most parents trusted the kids to run wild, and we did. At the end of my block, there was an opening to a really densely wooded area, which is about a mile across both ways on outside of the train tracks. Once you cross them tracks, it's pretty expansive. I'd have to say at least 3 miles long from the tracks to the east. My friend and my sister and I would always hike on the smaller side. The woods were kinda weird. You could go in paths and come out somewhere completely different. I mean, it was almost like you were missing, and nobody could hear you. There were massive trees fallen over all over the place, covered in maggots and spiders, as well as a bunch of nasty trash that people had just dumped in there. It was split up the middle, perpendicular to the train tracks, by a knee-deep creek, which actually ran red because of some of the soil. You could spend hours in there, just hiking for what seems like miles, only to come out to one end, nowhere near where you started. Now only 30 minutes might have passed and you'd hear no animals, no birds in the trees, lizards or snakes, no stray dogs or cats. It's really creepy being there. Now the first story is with my sister. I'll call her V. V comes home one day with buckets and a duffel bag filled with bones, and I mean big bones. Our best guess is again deer, because they look a little too bizarre to be human. These bones were picked absolutely clean. This isn't too big of a note, like, there's lots of bugs, but it's weird they have holes in them, like somebody's chewed on them. Now, not having seen any animal in the woods, it made it very confusing. Now, I want to state that we're not out in the sticks. This is in the dead center of a moderately sized city. Coyotes usually stick to cornfields, and we've never seen a dog in the woods before. It also makes no sense for a hunter to dump bones there, let alone anyone be hunting this far out of the season. Now, there's lots of other weird things that happen there. My sister brought others to the woods without telling them about it, and weird stuff happened. One friend claimed that she'd been licked by a dog through the tent, only to find footprints in the mud in the morning. Another one tried to leave at 4 AM because she swore she heard her mum calling her, even though her mum had no way of knowing where she was in the woods. And some other people have told me that they saw a boy crawl out of a river and under a tree. They took a photo of it, but I haven't been able to get a hold of it. I don't really know what's going on in them woods, but it terrifies me thinking of them to this day. My one experience in the woods that I'll never forget is when a man showed up at our group camping site and watched us behind different trees from a distance. A few of us said hello, but he wouldn't answer. Yet, he saw the kids. He tried to talk to them repeatedly. We're a big group of adults, but we had several children with us. So, one of the guys from the group confronts him. He says, "No, I'm not watching," and walks away. Then later that night, he pulled up in a beat-up RV and parked, blocking us in, right next to our makeshift group site. The RV itself was bizarre and creepy. He had children's underwear on, and toys everywhere piled up. It was getting dark, and we're all around the fire when, suddenly, he walks up and stands in a little circle. He made a comment right off the bat. All them little ones went to bed already, which freaks me out immediately. The guy asked him to leave, and one of the guys says to him that he has to leave now. About a half hour later, I could see him standing off behind a tree smoking. I mean, I couldn't see him, but I can see the glow of the cigarette. He's just sitting there chain smoking. It was unnerving, in the middle of nowhere, and we're being watched by a man who seemed to be focused on our kids. Not to mention that, out of the 3 other families we're with, my family of 4 was the only one in a tent, which didn't feel as safe as an RV/camper there with him. I went to bed with our 2 kids, so they're not alone. Our tent was the furthest from the site, away from the fire. Shortly after the kids fell asleep, I heard crunching in the woods and around our tent, and I called my husband's name, thinking he was stumbling in the dark looking for our door. He doesn't answer. I unzip the door and shine the light around, and what do I see? The creepy guy. I instantly jump up and start screaming. All the guys come out, and the creepy guy's just stood there staring at us, not even explaining himself. He then turned and ran. I was beyond done now. We pack up all our stuff and crammed it into the car, pleading with our friends to just leave, but they won't. I was the only adult there who hadn't been drinking. No one could drive home. So I had to drive so awake, just so alert and terrified. Our friends that stayed did have guns, and they all had secure campers to stay in. They ended up coming home the next night. I live in a small village surrounded by a lot of countryside. There isn't really much to do around here besides for going for walks in the woods or down trails. Occasionally, you'll find an old pair of shoes out in the woods, always a pair together just left there. The first time I saw it, I was with my mum, and I saw a pair of women's shoes left in the mud, and my mum said that we need to start walking faster, and started looking behind her often. I asked her why would somebody leave their shoes there, and she said, "We don't talk about that around here," and basically just left it at that. I was so confused and tried to bring it up again later, but she wouldn't answer, and she pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about. I then asked a friend, and she said that she saw a pair of shoes left in a puddle when she was walking her dog. She said her mum told her not to walk near that area again, but never said why. Everybody seemed to know about this, which is very strange. I asked my grandfather and he said that nobody really speaks of this and you don't want to know about it. Now I'm going to walk my dog there and see if I can find any more shoes because I need to know what's going on. For a bit of context, I live in northwestern Georgia, in the middle of nowhere. It's on a weird cul-de-sac with houses only on one side and woods all around it. Other than the houses, there's woods everywhere around us. The area is not known to have any bears, no wolves or coyotes, and our coyotes are rather small and very shy, as the deer are too. I even contacted a local DFW and they said that there was nothing bigger than coyotes and deer out there. So I take out my dog into the yard to pee 2 or 3 times after dark. I put them on a split leash and normally they wander around the yard for a bit and they find a spot, but that time has come to an end. I don't dare step off the patio now. For the past few weeks, my dogs have been acting really odd when it comes to going out at night. They want to go out front, but since my landlord doesn't let them ruin the front lawn, I have to drag them to the back door. And they refuse to step out most times. Especially my younger dog. They want to stay close to the house and are very alert. They will lunge towards the woods at random, start barking like crazy. I would normally call this off to be wildlife, but it's been getting really weird. And normally if there's something like a rabbit, they're very easily shushed and redirected. Now I've heard whatever it is walking right at the edge of the woods. It doesn't have the typical 4B of a 4-legged animal, and it's not scared of my dogs or me. I could hear it's heavy by the way the leaves crunch and the branches snap. It's not scared of the dogs or me shouting, and it does not leave. If it's there at 9 PM, it will be there at midnight and then at 2 AM, always at the edge of the woods. And I can feel a difference myself too. Even when I go out alone, it's almost as though I can feel when it's there. I'm normally very relaxed, in my yard even at night, but then I'll get this back shuddering, weird feeling that I cannot shake. Now my dogs will go crazy when inside, seemingly at random, standing at the window barking out to the woods. I've been out there during the day, looking for things like fur scraps, scat, stag, or claw marks, etc., but nothing's even showed up. Not even footsteps. I thought maybe it was a person even. I'm really trying to figure out what this is, but I only come to dead ends, usually left with more questions than answers. I literally have no idea what this is or when it's gonna stop. I just hope whatever it is not malicious. So a buddy of mine and I were hiking through the woods when we hear this sound that sounds like electricity. I mean, a lot of it. We'd been hiking for days and were in the middle of nowhere on the Appalachian Trail, so we followed the sound and found an overgrown trail that led to a clearing with an old barn in it. The barn was a mound of dirt and was a kind with big space in the middle. As we got closer, the sound got louder and louder, and quickly we realised the entire dirt mound was covered in mud wasps. Literally thousands of them. I've never seen anything like it. But there's more. As we circled around, we noticed another trail and followed it to a tiny old cabin built by the Boy Scouts, but I mean literally built hundreds of years earlier, and we decided to stay there for the night because it's getting late. So we built a fire, and just before it gets dark, we heard a noise, and out of the bushes comes an old man with two of those metal hiking poles. He ended up sitting around the fire for a long time, telling us about the area, and suddenly, he got up and said goodbye. And it's pitch black, so we can't even see where he gone. The next morning, we look around and there's no signs of him whatsoever, not even footprints outside of our own. There was obviously no trail. I don't know what to think of it. It makes no sense how there's no evidence of him. I don't really believe in ghosts, but it really shook me up. In 2016, I was camping in my troop around the Dainteen area of Australia. On the night of my 21st birthday, my partner and I decided to go down to the beach and smoke a bit. We soon realised this is done because of crocodiles. It's a fairly remote beach, backing out onto a rainforest with a few buildings down the southern end. So we're sitting up near a tree line in the shadows from the moonlight, having a chat, having a smoke when we hear the sound of twigs breaking around and leaves crunching. We both swing around and look behind us, walking backwards towards the beach. We don't see anything initially and just assume it's a bird or an animal. We walk a few meters down to the beach. Now, about 5 minutes after sitting down, a man walks out from the rainforest from exactly where we previously were. We weren't expecting to see anyone, so we shuffle back to the safety of the shadows. The man takes off his shirt and just kind of rolls around in the shadows and the shallow part of the water. It's really strange. He does this for about 5 minutes, gets up, stands in the water and faces the ocean for another 5 minutes. He's looking in our direction and takes a few steps forwards. He bends down and picks up what we assume is a coconut, which causes my partner to stiffen up a bit. He stands there with the coconut staring towards us for a while. We're sure he can't see us in the shadows, but we're starting to doubt it. I can sense my partner starting to get scared. He felt around for a big stick that's behind him and says get ready to run. After maybe 3 or 5 minutes, the man drops a coconut or whatever it is and walks back to the beach. We start to rise up with the stick, but the man walks straight past us and back into the rainforest. We book it back down to the beach to the car and drove back to our campsite in Taiwan, feeling pretty rattled. We've come to the conclusion that he must have been on drugs or was just completely off his head. We have no idea what he was doing, and I have this strange feeling that he did actually see us. My ex-boyfriend and I did a rainforest walk, which dips deep down to the bottom of the forest. There's no other cars in the car park, and we didn't come across any hikers. We have it all to ourselves and had a great time for the most part. As we're walking up, my ex was ahead of me and suddenly stopped. raising his hand to signal for me to stop. I look up, and there's this woman staring at us ahead. She looks normal, but I get a chill as soon as I see her. Something about her's off. She had dark brown hair, which I only noticed because it contrasts so highly against her cardigan. Now her cardigan was all I could focus on. It went right down to her feet and was bleached white, as though it had just been pulled off a rack, but we're in a forest. How is it so white? And why on earth would you wear it hiking? We stare at her for what must have been 30 or 40 seconds, but feels like an eternity. There was no way I was going to take another step towards her. Instead, I felt this kind of stillness, as if the forest around us froze in time and went silent. She finally turned around and started to walk slowly back up the trail. We watched her and waited, not saying a word to each other, until she's out of sight before we start going again. The car park was still around half an hour away, and we just fast walked in silence, a bit on edge, just trying to listen for anything. We look back and don't see her. It's absolutely the strangest thing that ever happened to me. The one thing I can't explain was how her cardigan was perfectly white. Even the bottom of it had no signs that she had been in the forest whatsoever. It gives me chills thinking of it. This happened 1 year ago, over the course of 5 months, but I've decided now that I want to see other people's opinions on it. I live in a rural area with a few houses around but plenty of forest, and out of nowhere, around 10 to 12 at night, there would be a series of knocks on one side of the house, which isn't odd if it's one time, but this happened many times over the course of 5 months. If I had to put a number on how many times it happened, it's probably around 30. It's the exact same kind of knocking. At first, we thought maybe it's just some kids banging on the other side of the house, but no kid has enough dedication to continue it for this long with no reward. Also, I've stepped outside to see if anything's there, and literally, it's as if no one's there. I don't really believe in the paranormal, but I genuinely have no clue as to what this could be. When I was younger, I used to have this recurring dream that a girl in a white dress would come to me. At first she was harmless. She would never say anything to me. She would just stand at the foot of my bed and stare at me with these weird black eyes. Now it was almost like a lucid dream, because I would wake up in the exact setting that I fell asleep in every single time, whether I was staying at my grandma's house or if I was staying in my own bed. It would always happen. Now my father was a park ranger and a very strong man, so I always felt safe having my dad around. But there was one time that he wasn't around, and what happened I could never explain. Now, the exact same thing happened. I was so used to it. I wake up in the night, and there's a girl in that pure white dress just staring at me. This time, she raises her hand at me and wants me to come with her. I'm not going to hold her hand. I've rubbed my eyes and it feels like I'm not even in a dream, but I know that I am. She suddenly takes off and sprints outside, into the yard, then into the forest. Even in my dream mind, I still think, hell no, I ain't going out there. And I just go back to sleep. When I wake up, I can't shake the feeling that something was off about that dream. I kind of forget about it. A few years later, I hear off my dad that he's also had the same dreams, and some of the other park rangers have too that he works with, and he's never been able to explain it. He just thought it was nothing more than a dream. Well, that was until one day, I was out with my dad. We were just gonna go into the forest for a small hike together. I was really looking forward to it and always enjoyed doing so. As we get there, just on the tree line where the forest starts, my dad stops dead in his tracks. I've never seen my dad look so scared in his life, and this is literally someone that I've never seen be scared of anything. He says to me, "Don't move," and he goes and picks up a stick. I can finally see what he's looking at, and my god, it is terrifying. It was the exact same dress that the girl in my dream would wear. Literally as though it's just been placed there, no dirt on it whatsoever. My dad goes up to it and pokes it with a stick. We don't need to say anything to each other. It was the exact same thing that both of us had dreamt of. We both sprinted back to the house and agreed not to tell my mum about it, not to scare her. I found out later that my dad actually went there to go and investigate further to see if someone was playing a prank on us, but literally, later in that day, the dress vanished without a trace. It's the single most crazy and unexplainable thing that's ever happened in my life. If it was only me having the dreams and this experience, I wouldn't have been as scared, but the fact that my dad had it too? Crazy. Now my native language is French, so sorry if there's any problems telling this story. This happened last week. I was searching for a cave with my girlfriend, and in France, we have incredibly detailed maps telling us every cave that has been explored. We decided to go to a cave which has a famous area, and there's caves littering the landscape there. So there's a very wooded area. The hills and valleys are very narrow. We spot a good place to start looking at the bottom of a small creek and make our way up. We go to the dirt and then further into the gravel and then the boulder field. That's when I remembered this sub, because we stopped walking at the same time. It was silent. Dead silent. Not even a bird. It's the kind of silence that actually oppresses you. We eventually continued walking uphill and come across a cave. Soon after, a bird breaks the silence, and we realised we are almost dead for asphyxiation. We didn't dare to breathe in silence. Now I've heard of other people having this before, but to experience it yourself is absolutely crazy. I mean, think, it wasn't something we heard that scared us, it was the silence. And it's not just that, you almost feel as though you're being stalked or someone's watching you. Maybe it's a primitive thing that lets us know there's a predator or person in the area, and the animals did the same. But there were no insect sounds either. That's what scares me the most. Usually I just think it was my mind playing tricks on me, but the fact that both of us stopped at the exact same time? Crazy. The details I have on this story are very vague, but someone told me about a teenager who went into the Apocaly National Forest to hike, and then was reported missing several days later when he didn't return home. A couple of months later, when he was found in the woods, he was a different person, appearing like he was drunk. He was tested but had no signs of drugs or alcohol. The negative results. Mentally, he wasn't all there, but physically, there's no signs of him being exposed to anything to cause this. He kept telling people that he encountered something strange. It was several months before he was himself again, and he had very little memory of what happened on those days. I've asked people that I know who live in Apocaly or have camped and hiked in the Apocaly National Forest, and they've never heard this story. I really didn't know this person who told me this story, but it's crazy. I do know that over the years, people have gone into the Apocaly National Forest and never came out. Some of them are harmed or killed by animals, others murdered by the worst enemy of all, humans, and never found again with a trace. Now I've driven through the forest on State Highway 40, and it's creepy as hell. It's creepy enough in daytime. Okay, so my first story is actually my friend's story. So during these times, things took place when we were all in high school. I already knew about skinwalkers and the like, but when these things happened to me, I wasn't sure if it really was a skinwalker at the time or something else. I've noticed that most of the people who tell me they've experienced the same phenomenon live in the same area that I do, and my friend is no exception. Let's call him Jay. Jay lives maybe 5 minutes away from me. She told me that in her bus, there's this one area that they drive by to drop this kid off. She said she doesn't know why, but it always gives her the creeps. She told me that one early morning, when they were driving in that area to pick him up, all the kids in the bus saw this deer running alongside the bus. Not away from it, but besides it. She said it looked weird as hell. You know, the usual stuff about appearing humanoid. And it didn't look right. Like its limbs were awkwardly bent in a way that didn't seem human. And its eyes were freaky. This is my friend who doesn't know anything about skinwalkers or anything of that mumbo jumbo. So I basically get chills. I tried being reasonable though, because you know, maybe she just saw a regular deer, and since it was dark out, she just got confused, because it's Florida. We're not supposed to get that kind of thing down here. However, Jay swore up and down that it was not a normal deer. She said they all saw it and the bus driver slowed down to get a better look because everyone was weirded out by it, and it was basically something they've never seen before. After a while it ran off to disappear. Jay could have made this up, but like I said, why would she, and she's never seen anything like it. So anyway, I get freaked out because here I am knowing about this frickin' skinwalker, and my friend is literally clueless, thinking it's just a regular weird animal and she's just had a weird experience. Oh god. I ask her, do you even know what skinwalkers are? She just looked at me and said, what's that? I googled it and showed her the deceptions of skinwalkers, and she said, that's what I saw, but it had the head of a deer. She kept on saying it didn't look human or like an animal. After a while too, the kid from that bus stop didn't come back. Although that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this, I just thought it was weird. So we were freaking out together, because what she said reminded me about what I heard at night, about it not being animal or human. See, a couple of years back before she told me the story, I found myself one night sitting in my backyard like really early, maybe 3 in the morning or so, because I was thinking about things due to personal reasons. Now I'm kinda just chilling and enjoying the silence when all of a sudden I hear this really freaky echoing scream from far away. The only way I can describe it as though that a woman and a cat were trapped together inside of a bag screaming like they're getting murdered. I know mountain lions, foxes and owls are a thing, and they make the weirdest calls, but I looked up that stuff and it's just not the same. Like usually, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's an animal, right? It's just common sense, like my friend said. But that don't sound like animal or human. It sounded really unnatural and weird. Now me being me, I was really upset at first. Now the thing was really far away, and I actually thought that they might even be killing someone in the streets at 3 AM. That thing travelled so fast though. It sounded freaky as hell, and it was getting closer as it got to the more weird and unnatural sound. It only took me a couple of seconds to realise that this isn't a woman and this ain't a cat. Because while this was going down, I was going through it in my head like, what the hell is that thing? The first thing went from sounding like a good couple of miles away to being in my goddamn neighbourhood in 5 seconds. It was so weird because 1 second it sounded far away, and the next it's on my street. I had a heart attack. The second I stood up, the scream just stopped, just like it started. And I'm really thinking at this point that it must be in front of my house. I walk as calmly as possible back inside, locking the doors, and the scream was back again, far away. I also heard some scraping and tapping sounds on my windows, but it happens at the same time now. I'd say 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning, and seen some black figures that aren't really affected by light outside of my house. To add detail to those things so you can get a feel for it, basically what happened is that I was doing a project for class, and since I procrastinate like I'm a pro up until 2 AM, I go to wash my hands from all the graphite, and the water's running while I hear a scraping sound against one of the bedroom doors that leads to my backyard. Now most of the door is made up of these glass panes, the kind that make everything appear distorted and like blobby ash lumps. But then I see something pointy, dark against the window, almost looking ghost-like. I turn off the water and wait a bit, and it comes back and scrapes against the window again. I'm not trying to freak out, but my hands are shaking. It's stupid, but I actually whisper, "What are you doing?" while my voice trembled, and it stopped. I stop, and I don't hear anything except for what sounded like somebody walking by the window to the house every now and then. It continued that way for some nights too. Off and on, I would be hearing footsteps by my window, and even a tap on the window. Sometimes I ignored them, and other times I look out to see who's there, but I never see anyone. Another night I'd been outside in my backyard again, after having a rough day. It was maybe 3 or so AM in the morning. I'm sitting outside on the trampoline relaxing. I suddenly notice it's quiet, like kind of uneasy silence that feels like a vacuum. I get this feeling of dread like I'm being watched, and I snap my head to the left and catch a glimpse of a humanoid dark figure under the side of my fence immediately. I'm a little freaked out because I notice that this thing is pure black. The streetlight hits it, but didn't do anything at all. It almost looked cartoony, if that makes any sense, because it's like the laws of physics don't apply to this thing. See, the reason I'm ranting about this is that I told both my friends my own story in psychology class at the same time. A lot of kids there live around my area, I mean like 5 to 15 max away, and they all start screaming, and the entire class went crazy when I finished because apparently they've all experienced the exact same thing as me. One girl told me about also hearing the tapping on her window at night. Another one told me about a really dark figure that seemed to follow her at night time, also screaming from the woods. Pretty much everyone's heard the screaming. It sounded the same, but that's the thing. In completely different time frames. That's the weird part because everyone's voice sounds different. So how could she describe the same thing I did? You know, like, if people were really killing each other out there, none of us thought it was an animal either. We all agreed from that point our town is pretty haunted, but I don't know. I mean, if there's any animal that sounded like that, I want to know, because that didn't sound like anything I've ever heard before. I want to be enlightened, I want it to be something normal, but I just don't think it can be. The only person I heard of who's seen anything remotely specific is my friend's best friend from art school, who went on the bus, and apparently, like, it's really bad to talk about skinwalkers, and even worse, if you see them, it's like bad mojo. These things are said to be able to travel very quickly, so thinking about that made it seem like we experienced a skinwalker. Okay, so I had this saved in my notes for a while, but today I just asked my co-worker, who was also my friend in high school who lives nearby. He got all spooked and said that he's heard and seen the same things, but he's very spiritual and often has visions. He told me that he believes they're doing dark magic in the woods because of a dream he had about some hooded up group sacrificing a woman and a cat. Which is freaky because it also turns out that behind our local dog park, there's a patch of woods with dodgy stuff going down there. I was shown this by an acquaintance during my freshman year who lives a couple of streets away. Down the path in the woods, after some time of walking, there's this huge cross smack bang in the middle of nowhere. It's basically raw, some crooked old nails struck together with a rope hanging from where you'd put your hands to be crucified. It's huge too, and whenever I decide to check it out, I have this horrible feeling like I don't want to be there or something bad's gonna happen. Anyway, he says I'm not the first person that he knows has told him about experiencing these things. He's also had his experience while there with humanoid figures. He says that he saw one turn around and look at him, directly in the eyes as though it was trying to intimidate him before vanishing. So we basically don't mess with anything in the woods near me. My father died about 5 years ago, unexpectedly from a heart attack. To say it was hard on my mother would be an understatement. Our old house in Knoxville just didn't feel the same anymore, and about a year later, my mum and I made plans to take ourselves and an elderly dog, Ace, to move further south to a small town situated about half an hour from Atlanta. Just a few days before we slated to move, I had one of the most vivid dreams I've ever come to experience. All that was within my dream was my bedroom, a picture-perfect recreation of the real thing. I sometimes wonder if it was a sleep paralysis. To further add to the dream's realism, in the middle of the night, the street lights come on across the street that illuminate my window, creating a reflection on the wall perpendicular. In my dream, as I lay there, staring at the exact reflection on the wall, I saw an orb of smoke fade in from the shadows. Goosebumps chill across my skin as I lay there panicked, afraid to move a muscle. Suddenly it stopped moving and steadily hung in the light's reflection as though staring at me. Without a warning, it spoke to me in my dad's voice. "I'm sending something to watch you." Despite hearing my father's voice from the orb, I'm terrified, and I don't know why. "What?" I whisper. The orb remains silent, leaving an eerily dead silence in the voice. damn black. I woke up almost instantaneously. I'm gasping for breath now. The nightmare had chilled me to my core. I didn't know exactly what to make of it, especially the final words. I chalked it up to my dad wishing well on us maybe, but I couldn't shake the feeling. With the next couple of weeks, my mum and I moved out of Knoxville and headed down to South Georgia. She had managed to find a quaint little house for us. It had only 1 or 2 neighbours down there, and it's down the middle of a long gravel road in the middle of the woods. Nice for us. Probably the best reliever of all my stresses came with the move, however, was our neighbour's cat. She was a petite, older black cat that gravitated towards me almost instantly, and I treated her as though she's my own. I left out a can of food once or twice a week for her. Even if I didn't call out for her, when she saw me outside, she'd run up to me, helping ease my tensions. Less than a month into our new house, I suddenly awoken to a faint coughing that sounded like it was coming from downstairs. The important thing to know about our dog is that he has a collapsed trachea. He needs medicine to calm the condition down. So I'm used to walking up in the middle of the night to get his medicine. I proceed downstairs from my bedroom to give him his cough medicine, but I couldn't find him anywhere through the house. He wasn't in his bed sleeping, and he wasn't in the kitchen. I mean, literally nowhere to be found. I didn't check my mum's room, however, as I didn't want to wake her up. Besides, I wouldn't have heard the coughing if he had been in there anyway, so I just let it be. That's when I heard the coughing again, but it was coming from further away. It's outside now. I look over to the side door patio leading to the woodlands, and realised I'd forgotten to shut it. There it stood, slightly ajar. He got out. I immediately ran outside with a flashlight and started calling out for my dog. Ace! Ace! I shouted out into the neighbouring woods. I heard another cough and shined my light in its direction. That time, it had echoed from down the gravel road. I swear, a path had never looked so terrifyingly desolate before in my life. I stared down that long gravel road that led us to our new home, but in that moment, I thought my dog was lost, and chalk it up to the new house jitters. I go, Ace, come on, pressing on. But then I heard it, the cough I'd been following, almost right beside me, but this time, it didn't stay a dry cough like it had been before. Instead, it slowly descended into a low growl. I shined my light towards the sound. There stood a bright red fox in the middle of the path. For a moment, I figure it's the fox that I'd mistaken for my dog. The whole time, as I was processing what I was seeing, it stared directly at me, its eyes glowing. However, our stare was broke when it tilted its head to the right, looking down, and there was our neighbour's little black cat staring beside me. However, it had completely changed its persona, no longer happy, affectionate, not the cat I knew. Instead, it arched its back upright, every fibre of her hair standing uneasily, uttering the lowest growl I've ever heard from a feline. In that moment, I figured she's just scared of the fox, so I knelt down beside her in a bid to coax her away and avoid fox hunting her. But no matter how many times I tried to coax her out of fight mode, she wouldn't. That's when I looked towards the direction of the fox once more, but there wasn't a fox anymore. Instead, in the exact same spot of the gravel road, was a walking, rotten corpse of a coyote roadkill, slowly moving towards me. It took a step back. I'm absolutely mortified of what I'm seeing. Its jaws hanging loose, eyes are blood-stained, wobbling now. I rub my eyes in disbelief, hoping I'm imagining it. But it was there, and it was real. And despite what was in front of us, the black cat just kept on growling at me. Suddenly, it stopped. The creature had ceased its walk towards me. For a moment, it just stood there, glancing back and forth between myself and this little black cat that was trying to defend me. I now realise. That's when I mistakenly heard this beast mutter two words almost. Damn black. In a flash, the creature ran straight into the woods. I shined my flashlight in its direction, but it's completely vanished. Even the brush it came from looked untouched. That's when the cat standing behind me calmed herself down. Almost as though nothing happened, she rubbed herself against my leg, returning to normal, now in a very loving state and manner. Despite technically not being mine, I scoop her up and run back inside the house and upstairs with the little black cat snuggled up in my arms. I decide to poke my head into my mum's room. Lying on the floor, sound asleep, is Ace, who had been here the whole time. I quietly close her door before bolting upstairs, making sure the little cat slept with me that night. From the research I've done, I am almost certain that I was a victim of a skinwalker. Okay, I posted a skinwalker encounter yesterday. I found it helped me, getting it off my chest and out into the open. Now this story goes into some of the details about injuries. The details are not too bad in my opinion, but you've had your warning. Now for some background, I was 16, around 2016 when this happened. I live in Massachusetts, which is where this happened. The day starts normally. I went to school, had a test in vet tech, and I took the bus home. Both my parents were at work like normal, but after 3 hours when my mum should have been home, I got worried. Around 5 PM, I got a phone call from my dad who told me that my mum's in a car accident and they're both in the hospital and they're gonna be there for a while. It got very late, almost 10, and my parents weren't home, so I decided to put my younger brothers to bed. I stayed up waiting for my parents to get home. I spent my time reading and writing an essay for school until around 1 in the morning. I got a call from my dad who said that he wasn't coming home. He was staying in a motel that was closer to the hospital. I just got off the phone and finished that part of the essay that I was on. I gather my stuff and walk through the kitchen, heading towards the stairs that leads upstairs when a terrifying loud moaning screeches through my ears. The moaning came from outside. I mean, it's super loud, but would stop occasionally. Like whatever it was had a voice crack, almost sounding pained. I turn on the outside light to see an ugly sight. Sitting in the yard just feet from my house is a coyote, horribly injured. Its head's caved in, its paws bleeding. This was evident by the pool of blood. It appeared that it had a long, deep gash all down its back. I reach in my pocket going for my phone, only to realise I left it on the table I'd been working on. Oh God. I turn and rush back to the table. I was planning on calling a local vet clinic that I knew was open 24/7. When I reached the table, the moaning got much louder and more pained. Then it stopped. I grabbed my phone and ran back to the window. At first I was confused as hell. The coyote's gone, replaced by a common tabby cat. It was odd. The cat was sitting in exactly the same place that the coyote was sitting in. Weird. After the initial shock, I noticed that the tabby cat had the exact same injuries. Same part of the head caved in, same bleeding and gashes. Now, I couldn't pinpoint the difference for a good few minutes, but then I realised that on the right shoulder blade it is exactly the same. I dropped my phone. As soon as my phone hit the floor, the cat starts meowing loudly. I'm now stuck here terrified as it meows at me. It's not even blinking. After a good 10 minutes, I slowly pick up my phone off the floor. I straighten back up and look out the window, and the cat's gone. It had only gone for a few seconds, and in that short time, it vanished. Some unknowing feeling come over me. I don't know what it was. Worry for the animal? Curiosity? Maybe. Hell, it might have been something that the animal made me feel. I have no clue. Now outside, I first walked to the blood puddle and looked for a trail of blood, and I found it. I started to follow the trail and found that it ended as soon as it got past the gates. To make sure that I just couldn't see it in the dark, I pulled out my phone and illuminated the ground. I looked for 5 minutes and don't find anything. Like the cat and trail had vanished. I called the veterinary clinic and they sent out a car. They look around for things, but they can't find anything. At the time I didn't think anything of this, but thereafter I realised there's no trail of blood leading to my house. I have no idea what this thing was. None of my searches have come up with anything. I'm honestly completely dumbfounded as to what this creature was. I only hope it wasn't a skinwalker attacking these. My wife and I were driving through the northern part of Arizona on Highway 89 between Flagstaff and Page. It's about 1 AM, as we're on the third shift at the time and often drove at night to avoid traffic. I saw a few set of eyes glowing in my headlights a little ways up the road, so I let off the gas, slowing down to avoid hitting an animal in the road. When we drove by, we see several dogs or coyotes on the side of the road, and I hit the gas and drove by. After we passed, my wife said, "One of them was running next to my car," and I looked over and saw it, probably 20 feet off the shoulder of the road. I floored it, and I see that it stood up on its own hind legs and kept pace with us for a couple of seconds before turning away from the road and disappearing. The whole event probably lasted no more than 15 seconds, but God, it is the most terrifying 15 seconds of my life. This was probably 20 years ago, and we still rarely talk about it. We live in a rural community on the Navajo reservation. My aunt and her 2 brothers were home alone while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they don't have electricity, and like many people there, they've been outside in the dark for about an hour, and my aunts and uncles are getting ready for bed. Outside, they hear noises, as though someone is moving things around them. My oldest uncle then went outside to see what's going on, and he saw a figure outside the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary because the closest neighbour is miles away. whatever it was opened the truck door and began to dig through personal items. My uncles and aunts were frightened by the sight and knew they must take action. They took out the rifle and steadied themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door, aiming the gun at the figure in the dark. They're shaken at this point. The figure then turned and starts towards them. Totally unfazed by the weapon, my uncle pulled the trigger, but nothing happens. The figure drew closer and my aunt began to smell something like a rotten corpse. It's so strong she began to gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger, no luck. The figure came closer and closer, but now, off in the distance, headlights are approaching. My grandparents are returning. The figure looks towards the lights and starts to move away and tucked itself behind a tree near the home. My oldest uncle ran towards a truck with the gun. My grandfather got out of the car and my uncle pointed to the tree. That thing was poking out its head to observe what they're doing. My grandfather ran into the house and over to the stove, grabbing a handful of ashes and rubbing it over the gun, and placed an ash-covered bullet to the chamber. He walked out onto the porch and fired towards a tree. Whatever that thing was did not expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed, and the figure began running. My grandpa chased my aunt inside and my uncles and grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so as my grandfather and uncles chased after the figure, the truck was bouncing and the headlights were not fixed on one particular spot. My uncle swears that whenever the headlights would hit, the figure he saw a woman. Not only that, whatever it was running on its fours like a bear. My grandfather must stop now as they're nearing a ditch with a 30-foot drop. He got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says that he was yelling about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared and he knew it was her to leave the family alone. After a few days, there was the news that the woman that my grandfather was yelling about had passed. I've always been told that if you know who the skinwalker is, say their name and it will kill them. Out on the Navajo reservation, we don't have the city come and collect our trash, so we have to burn the trash out in these huge burning barrels. Not very eco-friendly, I know, but it's what we have to do. Now if you don't light the trash properly, the fire will go out and the trash will sit in the barrel. This is important because we are told to dispose of personal hygiene items. If you removed all your hair from your brush, make sure the trash burned. If it was that time, you had to make sure everything was burned. They tell us things because skinwalkers have been known to dig through trash in order to find out things they can use against us. They use the things that were briefly connected to bring misfortune onto others. Some of my family members take part in the sport of rodeo, so to practice, they have a dummy rope and throw it at things and try to bring them in. My two male cousins were enjoying themselves outside, taking turns swinging the rope at the fake calf. The elders are always adamant that we shouldn't stay out past sundown, where that it's pitch black for miles. But my cousins aren't superstitious and are under streetlight. My cousins are joking and laughing, having a great time. That changes when the oldest cousin looks over to a burn barrel. A dark figure is bent over, rummaging through the garbage that's failed to burn. My cousins devise a plan that they're gonna grab weapons and chase it. They move strategically so that they are able to flank the figure. They run full speed at it and begin yelling and swinging. My cousin states that they kept this up for the most part, until the figure ran under the streetlight. But that's when my cousins see that what they thought was actually a person is actually a goat. Why would they think it is a person? The goat was running on its hind legs. Fear runs through their bodies as the figure runs off into the darkness. Now feeling nervous, and not entirely accepting what they've just seen, they began roping the dummy again. There's an awkward silence amongst the boys who just saw something unnatural, but talking about it now would just make it seem real. The boys roped in silence until one of them looked over to a tree. There's a head peeking out at them. If they didn't pay attention to it, whatever it was would poke its head out from the tree to stare. When they would look in the direction of the tree, it would move quickly out of sight. This was the final straw. My cousins ran back into the house. They told their parents and my uncle come out. It was still there, poking its head from behind a tree. My uncle loaded up his gun and starts walking towards the tree line. He aimed it and pulled the trigger. Gun jammed. Whatever it was began to run so fast it appeared to be a blur. When it left, my uncle came in and gave the boys a thorough lecture about staying out late. One of my cousins then told my uncle that whatever it was had been digging through the trash barrel. They went to investigate the creature that's hauled a lot of things out of the barrel, which was odd. There were tracks all around the area. They followed the tracks, but they suddenly vanish, dead in the middle of nowhere, with no possible way they could have went. The Navajo Reservation is the largest reservation in the United States. It goes into New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona. This story takes place in the northeast region of Arizona, near Indian Wells. This was told by people from around that area. If you're heading west on State Highway 15, out towards Dilton, you come to a stretch of road that goes into a small valley. I remember going down this road in my youth. If you ever looked at the horizon, it would seem as if the road kept going. Then suddenly your car would be pulled down by gravity as though being followed by the road. It would always give me butterflies when we would get to the drop. When I heard about this story, it made my stomach feel different. A man was driving home one night and it's very late. It was a drive that he had done before, so he wasn't bothered by it. When you're driving on the reservation, sometimes there isn't any way to keep cattle from getting on the road. No fences means that you need to be extra aware. I always get told to look out for black horses. If you see a black horse, then you'll be able to see anything else that may wander into the path of your vehicle. So this man is driving home, not really paying much attention. He drives down the slope, but when he gets to the bottom of the valley, he sees it. He doesn't have time to react. Suddenly, a horse comes out of the darkness. He slams his brakes but can't stop. The impact is enough to deploy the airbags. The man is tossed around a bit. He turns on the emergency lights and gets out of the car to assess damage. The front of the car is crumpled and one of the headlights is destroyed. He cursed out loud. This was the worst place to have an accident. He didn't have signal for help. Then he thinks of the horse. This man went into his cab and got a small keychain flashlight. He starts shining around looking for the animal. He heard noises, but they don't sound like a horse. But he was absolutely positive that he hit a horse. As he approaches the sounds, he could see the animal's fur moving from its ragged breathing. As he got closer, he began to realize what it was. An elderly woman wrapped in a large spelt. She was moaning from pain. The man stopped dead in his tracks due to fear. He stumbled back to his truck. Although it suffered plenty of damage, he was able to drive off. Once he got signal again, he called the authorities. An ambulance drove out there and recovered her. She's then driven to the local care facility. Due to the fact that many of the healthcare staff were Navajo, no one wanted to touch the woman. The woman known in the community was thought to be bedridden. This was shocking because she was so far from home, and the state she was in was off-putting. She had on her attire when she arrived. The nurses called her family to come in. When she got there, they removed her jewelry. When her family got there, they were frightened. But there was some non-Navajo staff in there that provided care. She only had bumps and scrapes, which didn't make any sense at all. She's able to get up and walk around the same evening. She went home with her family that night, but apparently vanished after a few days. In Navajo culture, if you find out who a skinwalker is, you have the power to destroy them. After the community around India Wells found out, or more fittingly who she was, it was certain that her end come. I had pet rabbits as a kid. They lived outside in a cage, a really big cage inside like a bigger shed, so they had a pretty good life. But I went out with my older sister to feed them. At the time we were about 5 or 7. On the way out to the cage, we both saw what appeared to be a really tall man running inhumanly fast through our backyard. We live in what is basically a swamp, and had to have cleared this giant downed tree and run over mud and ferns. But regardless, he seems to be going through at least 20 miles per hour. We both dropped what we had and bolt inside. At the time our parents are able to convince us it's a deer. We wanted to believe them, but it just wasn't. I convinced myself for over a decade that that's what we saw. Fast forward to a few years ago, I was at a park near my house with my friend late at night. I pulled into the dirt road drive in my Outback and parked facing the old practice fence. Now we go to the field that was too foggy to see across, except for a split second. We can see what appeared to be a very tall man running across the field. We drove as fast as that Subaru could take us out that park. Now a couple of years ago, I was at the same park under similar circumstances. This time, it was clear but very windy. Now from across the field and into a field, we heard a crash and a scream. Not a crash then a scream, but simultaneous. It was the most shrill, terrifying, god-awful screech I've ever heard. More human than a fisher cat, but far louder and more sinister. Again, we noped it out of there as quick as possible. So for context, I live in southern Maryland on a large plot of land. We have 3 large farm dogs, 2 of whom are German Shepherds. They're very used to the various animals that pursue our property, and very rarely get spooked or upset. We also have lots of livestock, and it's uncommon for us to lose a random animal or find a pile of chicken feathers in the corner of our property. However, we've always been able to explain it or add extra protection for our flocks. Around 8 months ago, we started losing chickens at an alarming rate. They would disappear. Even our shepherds couldn't send them anywhere on the property. For a while, we figured it's just a barred owl or some other bird of prey. The main problem with that theory is that literally 10 would disappear at a time rather than the normal 1 or 2. We decided to put a trail cam up to watch our most eastern flock. Almost immediately, the problem stopped, so we took them down. But then it got stranger. I've always gotten sleep paralysis, and it's like to believe I'm pretty comfortable with my sleep paralysis demon. It's never really been something to concern me. However, around the same time as we started losing chickens, I would see something different in my sleep paralysis. Whereas my demon would chill in the corner and not move, this thing would hang around and move back and forth, almost like a sloth. It had long fingers and was really skinny, like, weirdly. It didn't appear human. I then noticed it constantly stared at me, whatever part of the room I was in. At the time, I decided not to worry though, and figure it's just anxiety. Which brings us up to September 2018. One night at around 2, I woke up completely able to move my body. Everything seemed normal. No one else was sleeping in the house that night, but that's pretty standard around that time of year. I glanced up at my rafters and saw the long-fingered thing moving and looking at me. Immediately I turned on my bed lamp. It's gone, yet again. I took it up to stress and decide to go downstairs to grab a cup of water. All of our dogs are happily asleep, and I went back to bed turning off the light. The second it was dark, I could see it again, without my eyes having to adjust. This freaked me out enough, but all of a sudden I heard a Rottweiler get up and start growling. He barks and growls. I call out, but he kept going. He got louder and louder until the other dogs joined in. Now, I turned the light back on, grabbing my hunting rifle. I went downstairs and took 2 of the dogs outside, and I swear to God, I've never heard a silent night like it. I moved my flashlight slowly around the perimeter looking for the shine of eyes, or anything. All of a sudden, the chickens are going haywire. Like so loud they distract the dogs, who sprinted out towards them. I followed them only to find no chickens, and our fence is torn down. There's no animals in the area that could even try to do that, so we quickly get inside and camped out for the evening. It was quiet after that, and when the morning came, the chickens are safely back home. I stupidly figured the problem solved and decided not to worry about it. The only thing was that I started seeing the long-fingered rafter thing every time I turned out the lights. Eventually I get so freaked out, I decide to call a shaman. She told us that we have a Wendigo problem, that she would come and sage the house. We opened every single window and door, letting her do her thing, but since then, we've had no problems. The issue now is that when we walk our dogs at night, or put the chickens inside, I swear someone's watching me. I've had a couple of other people bring up that they feel weird at night, and nobody goes outside alone anymore. Whenever we walk our dogs at night, they get so paranoid and don't want to move, especially not towards the forest. The creepiest part though is sometimes at night we hear screaming. We assume it's often coyotes, but every once in a while it's just off enough that we get scared. A couple of times it's been a lone shriek, which is very uncommon for foxes or coyotes, and a few nights ago we were asleep in bed when we heard a scream from directly outside our window. My partner says that he's worried that someone was hurt, so he opened our window and yells, "Is anyone out there?" And we hear a lot of shuffling, like somebody scrambling off. It sounded heavier than a bird of prey, but way lighter than a person. Our dog stopped barking, and within a minute we hear another scream a good mile away. I was DJing at a wedding in a little village about 100 kilometers from my city. I packed up everything once things were going down and was the last one out of there at 3 AM. I start to drive down the highway and see a big orange glow emanating from the other side of a ridge on the other side of railway tracks. I decided to check it out as it was even and smooth. I've never seen a light like it before. Was thinking it might be some huge bonfire for the wedding's after party. I had to drive up 1 or 2 kilometers to cross the tracks and the crest for the ridge, and once I did, the light was still off on the horizon. I drove towards it for a few kilometers, but it didn't seem to be getting any nearer. I decided it wasn't a bonfire and that I didn't want to get myself into trouble, so I turned around, heading back to the city. 50 kilometers later, I get to the main highway, so I decide to look back, and the light was just as big in the sky as it had been in the village. I looked back at the news the next day and found out what happened. A few underground gas station storage tanks had ruptured and combusted, which causes an absolutely massive fire, and there's no option but to let it burn out. It ended up burning for days.
This happened last Friday, and I'm still stumped. For reference, I am a male in my late 20s, and I live with my girlfriend, who is currently away on business. I work for a large financial institution in the UK, and often work till very late, as I hate bringing home work. For some background info, we bought our current house a few weeks ago, and during the moving process, I was away with work, leaving it down to my partner and a few friends. My car has also recently had a complete electronics failure, so we were down to just using her car. The house itself is located in a small gated community off a country road on the outskirts of an upmarket town in the UK. It's surrounded by woodlands, and if you didn't live there or know someone who does, chances are you wouldn't have heard of it or even knew it existed. In total, there are 8 houses in the community, and the main gate gives access to the first 6, where my house is located, and then there's houses in the community. In total, there are 8 houses in the community, and the main gate gives access to the first 6, where my house is located, and then there's a further 2 gates on the top of the road, which lead to 2 very large mansion-style houses. The houses which haven't got individual gates are about 100 feet away from each other and have an enclosed rear garden, and the neighbours are all business types, who are very often in work and keep themselves to themselves. Anyway, about 2 days after leaving for my business trip, I get a call from my girlfriend who seems shaken and tells me that there's a man standing in the garden, and that she can't see his face but he's walking around and crouching in the tree line. So concerned but not 100% convinced, as she does have a vivid imagination and it's the first time she's been home alone in our new house, I tell her to lock the doors, go to bed and call the police if she sees him again. I return to our city's train station on Tuesday and agree with my girlfriend that she'll pick me up in her car. Then I'll take it home as she schedules to go to Manchester for a conference. I meet up with her, grab a coffee, see her off to her train, then drive her car back to our house. The time is roughly 9 PM. I park the car on the driveway, head inside, shower, watch some reruns of King of the Hill, then head to bed. Then get woken up by a light shone into the bedroom window from downstairs. I get up to investigate, crouching to avoid being seen, and head into the study next to our bedroom and open the curtains to cover some French doors that lead to the small balcony. My heart drops when I see the man has now moved towards our back door and is trying the door handle. The house is in an L shape, so although I can't see him, he can't see me without moving around from the back door. He stops for a while, begins flashing the light on and off back into the woods, before walking calmly back into them. I call the police and make a report. Nothing happens on Wednesday, but on Thursday, when I'm giving our cat a bath, she just thinks she needs them. I hear the garage door being messed with. I'm in the bathroom directly behind the garage, so I move into the kitchen to get a knife, before heading to the garage to check what's going on, when the noises stop, and I hear running down the driveway and away from the house. I call the police and they send an officer around to check the property. All they find is some knife marks and scuffs on the bottom of the garage. On Friday, I get my car delivered from the dealership and decide to work from home. I also park my car in the garage, leave my girlfriend on the drive. At around 11 PM, I'm in the upstairs study, listening to music and working, when I find myself freezing. I thought I was going to stop breathing as I felt someone watching me, and turning to face the French doors, I see a man, nondescript looking, around 35, wearing a coat and gloves, carrying what looked like a torch, standing on my balcony. Our eyes met. Now filled with rage, I go for one of my golf clubs from my golf bag and charge towards the door. He climbs down off the balcony and runs into the woods. I've never seen this man in my life before, but I am sure it's a man that's been causing problems in my life recently. It's also dawned on me that he would have only seen my girlfriend before, and only seen her car. Maybe he thought she lived alone. I've notified the police and I brought some more security devices to install on the property as well, and I've also parked my car on the drive of hers. We don't know who he is or why he's doing this, but we're hoping it won't happen again. This took place a couple of years ago when I was still dating my ex. Him and his dad had adopted a Rottweiler German Shepherd mix from a shelter. The dog was really aggressive towards strangers and other animals. It took a couple of months for him to warm up to me, but eventually we bonded, and I would occasionally be cuddled up on the couch with him and take a nap. It got to the point where he would push people aside so all 88 pounds of him could be with me on the couch instead of someone else sitting next to me. During the summer, my ex and me were house sitting for his dad who was on vacation with his girlfriend. My ex would usually be home to walk the dog. He was way too strong for me, but this time he was at work and I had to walk the dog. We had ordered a special harness for him beforehand, hoping it would make him pull less. My ex and his dad didn't live in the safest neighbourhoods, and it was getting dark out while I went into the woods to go on our walk. I let the dog run around by himself, but kept his harness on. Since he was a very aggressive dog towards other people and other dogs, I'd like to keep it on so I could call him as soon as I saw someone else and get him on his leash again. For this reason, I was kind of on edge and looking around me all the time. We weren't walking for too long when I saw a group of guys coming up in front of me. They had their hoods on and kept their heads low while clearly whispering to each other and nodded their heads towards me. I looked behind me and another group of guys was approaching me from that side. I realised it was dark out. I was a 16-year-old girl walking by myself in the woods. The dog was running off somewhere and couldn't be seen in the dark, but I had his leash in my pocket. The guys hadn't noticed I had him with me. I quickly called him to my side, and I heard his paws loudly coming towards me while he was growling. He pushed himself against my leg and loudly started growling at the guys. I told him just to keep walking or I'd command the dog to attack. Believe me, this wasn't a small dog and he growled like a bear. Luckily the guys quickly walked in another direction and I took the fastest route home again. It took me a while of cuddling on the couch to get calm again, but I'm so grateful the dog listened as well. He was very protective of me and he noticed me being scared. My ex and me broke up years ago and I have no idea if my saviour dog is doing well, but thanks for protecting me that day. I don't know what could have happened if you weren't there.
I was up in the middle of nowhere, on some mountains in rural Ireland, and I come across hundreds and hundreds of bones from different animals. It doesn't make sense why it's up so high. It is obviously normal to see a skeleton in the wilderness, but this huge pile of bones is odd. Some were from sheep, others from cats and dogs, and some really look like they're from humans. It's weird because we don't have any predatory animals in Ireland. The only thing that could have gathered it would have been a person.
Forgive me if the way I write about this seems light-hearted. I'd like to say it's a way that I cope with it, and it's just the kind of person I am. Also, forgive me if this is really long. Now, I'd like to start off this day by saying that most consider me an intimidating person by nature. My close friends don't really believe that, but they know that I most definitely do not mess around when it comes to certain situations, whether it's telling someone to go away, as much as I hate to admit it, getting physical with someone. I've never really had someone approach me in public thinking of getting the best of me, if that makes sense. About half a year ago, I was at my then house rolling some small joints with my girlfriend. I live somewhat in the middle of nowhere, and there are a lot of trees in my area, and they're also in my backyard. I wouldn't classify it a massive forest, but it's not small enough to simply be a grove. There's wildlife there though. My girlfriend and I hadn't smoked much that day, and we were home alone, and seeing as we could do anything we wanted, we decided, yeah, let's smoke while taking a bit of a nature walk. It seemed like an amazing idea at the time. My girlfriend sat next to me while I rolled it up. We were talking about random stuff and listening to heavy metal as I focused on rolling those sweet spliffs. Can I mention, those joints were absolute pells. Anyway, I had finished rolling, and we decided to finally leave my house and walk into the plain woods, which at the time had never been intimidating to me or anyone I'd been in there with, unless they were just really scared by nature or had some anxiety issues. I have the joints in my back pocket and we leave. We're walking through my backyard towards one of many trails from my place. I should also mention it was summer, so it was only 7 PM and it wouldn't be getting dark for maybe 2, 3 or 4 hours. We light up for about an hour or so, it's fine. We just talk and kiss a little bit. Basic stuff really. We're on the second joint, just walking along the path, and we see this massive flat rock, like a pancake boulder. We're like, hell yeah, and we sit on it and lay down. The two of us just sit there for a while, holding hands, and passing the joint between us. Maybe 30 minutes pass, and we start hearing noises. I'd like to mention by this point, the sun will start to set soon, maybe another 30 minutes. We're obviously really freaked out by the sounds. At the time, we just looked at each other, and internally blamed it on the weed making us a little paranoid. There was wildlife in this forest, as I mentioned. We were trespassing in their backyard, so why would we mind a cute bunny? After a while of silence, we hear that noise we both know damn well isn't an animal. Now that I think about it, it sounded like someone running something sharp against a solid but jagged surface, like a rock. It was pretty far away, but somehow it was loud enough that we heard it. It was faint though. We look at each other and immediately sit up. We don't see anything. I stand up and urge her to do so as well. This most definitely wasn't the forest fairies. We stand up for a minute or so, and then we hear a big snap, like a tree branch getting stepped on with a ton of force, and then fast footsteps, like some dude is sprinting. I freak out and go into panic mode, as I'm worried to admit. And of course, we were deep into these woods, and I urge my girlfriend to run as fast as she can towards my house. Now, Kimber and I aren't necessarily sporty people. We were more of the academic bunch our whole lives. We weren't completely out of shape, but looking back on it, it would have been a hell of a lot easier if we did cross country or something. Kimber runs in front of me, and is a little farther ahead. We are on trails at this point, and the twigs and leaves are completely shredding our faces, neck, legs and arms. We hear this person who's running, obviously running after us, start hooting and hollering, like some damn creep or something. This makes us really scared, and obviously we run faster. We're sprinting, huffing and puffing like a fat kid. This person is unfortunately closer at this point, and I look back and I see him. He's an older guy, maybe 40 years old, give or take. His hair is long and really thin, and he's scraggly looking. This makes me pure cement, of course. I yell at Kimber to hurry up and she does. I look behind me again and he's somehow gaining on us. Kimber makes a turn and I recognise it being the straight to my house. The turn was abrupt and I thank Jesus because this guy must have been too close to process the turn. We turn and see the lights of my house in the darkness. Seeing this beacon of hope makes us run harder. The guy can't be seen and we make it into my cleared backyard. My girlfriend runs up my back porch, steps and rips the sliding door open, letting me in and locking it. She slams the blinds down to cover the door and we make sure all the doors and windows are locked. I fill my back pocket for my phone and realise of course it's in those trees. My girlfriend's phone is dead. No house phone because who has one of those these days? It was a burden at the time though. My girlfriend starts having a panic attack and anxiety attack. I'm not sure which one of those it was. I plug her phone in and it starts charging. I turn all the lights off except for those by our doors. I saw no sign of the man for the rest of that night and for the rest of the time I lived there. Her phone charged and we called the cops and they surveyed the area but found nothing. It was terrifying for me and I can only assume it was worse for my girlfriend who has anxiety. I don't know what the man wanted that day, but it can't have been good.
A few years ago, my friend and I were staying in a hotel at a horse show we were competing in. We're probably 16 at the time, so her mum was staying with us too. I remembered it being a sketchy hotel. We even brought some sleeping bags and our own pillows because it wasn't clean. One night, my friend Megan and I went to the hot tub without her mum to unwind after a long day. When we got there, there's a man sitting in a chair by the pool, fully clothed. I didn't pay much attention to him, but it only occurred to me later how weird it was that there's a guy there with all his clothes on, when my friend and I are the only other people there. Almost immediately after Megan and I got there, he got up and left. Megan and I got in, and maybe 10 minutes later, these girls that look a little older than us come in. Megan and I don't think much of it, talking about our day, until one of the girls catches us and realises that we're talking about a horse show and says something like, "Cool, so you're staying at this hotel?" We said yes, that we're staying here for a 3-day event, and we just make small talk. At this point, Megan mentioned that we're there with her mum. There was nothing weird about what the girls said. It was just weird that they're talking to us since they were obviously older and we don't know them. Eventually though, they invited us back to their hotel room. Meg and I are understandably apprehensive and said we had to get up early to need bed. The girls were persistent, saying we could come and hang out and they're looking for some new friends, which seemed weird since, like I said, we're in a hotel in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin. Not exactly the place you take a vacation with your friend to meet new people. They even said we could stay over with them, so we wouldn't have to go back to sleep with Megan's mum. Meg and I were insisting that we had a long day and we wanted to go and sleep, not hang out. But eventually we got up and left because they wouldn't stop talking about it. At the time, Megan and I decided not to tell her mum because we realised it's a weird situation and didn't want her mum to ban us from going to the hot tub alone. It wasn't until years later we realised that it could have been human trafficking because the man that was in the room alerted the girls of our presence to come back after us. It still makes my skin crawl.
Okay, so this happened last night, so I'm still pretty freaked out. To preface this, the other night I got followed as well, but only for about a block, and later ended up talking to those guys, and they were just messing with us, and ended up being super sweet. But there's another story for another subreddit, which helps to explain my mentality throughout the beginning of this whole experience. Also, the town I live in is usually regarded as one of the safest in the state, so I was being really naive, partly because of that fact. So, last night, two of my friends, a guy in the front seat and a girl in the back seat, and I, a girl, were driving around after seeing a movie and eating dinner. I was driving a family member's car because it was dark and one of my headlights was out. The car I usually drive brakes and turns like an old piece of crap, whereas this car, a newer, better model, brakes and turns like butter. It's so smooth. My friends and I get into a conversation about this and really wanted to test it out. We were right near my town's high school, so I pulled into a massive parking lot in the back, where I thought I could drive around and do some quick turns and stops without wrecking into anything. I pretty much thought we were alone, because in my mind, who hangs out at a high school at 9:30 on a Sunday night? So I went in, did maybe 3 laps, and after about 5 minutes we left. No harm done. After we left, we noticed a car come out of the parking lot after us. I didn't see where they came from, but maybe they were just leaving too. So I kept driving without really thinking about it, but after a couple of turns and about 10 minutes, these guys were still behind us. So I kept driving for a while, trying really hard to get them off my ass. But they kept so close that even when I did use my signal, they could tell exactly what I was going to do before I even did it. I didn't want to call the police, because it hadn't been a complete wait period after getting my license yet, so I wasn't supposed to be driving any of my friends around, and I really didn't want to lose my license. At that point, I was still somewhat confident they were just messing with us, like the guys the night before, so I pulled into another, pretty empty parking lot, bad mistake, and waiting to see if they were going to get out. They pulled in like 25 feet away from me, in T-bone position, turned on their brights, and about 4 high school age guys got out. I made sure to keep my car in drive with a foot on the brake, just in case we needed to haul us out. Finally, one of them walked up and started knocking at my window and yelling, "Roll it down!" So instead of doing the smart thing of letting them get out of the car and then getting the hell out of there, I cracked my window. Learn how to effing drive. It's arseholes like you that get the cops called on the high school parking lot all the time. The guy who was aggressively knocking at the window shouted. "Okay, sorry," was all I could reply, trying to keep my tone. The guy who just talked to me stepped back a little, still shouting, but I was honestly too flustered to remember what, and one of his friends came a bit closer and yelled, "And you guys were effing frying stuff at our car." "God no, absolutely not, we would never," I explained, still trying to not sound upset or scared. Finally, all 4 guys backed up a little, and one from the back, who hadn't spoken yet, said, "Well, okay, but come back and we'll beat him up. He looks like a pussy anyway," looking at my friend. Then, after some silence and hesitation, they got back in the car and left. My friend and I just sat there for, I don't know how long, in just silence, until my friend in the back seat broke said silence, her voice shaking a little, with a sentence that perfectly summed up that entire encounter. What the hell? And with that, I took my foot off the brake and left the scene of what had just gone down. So, I don't want to see those aggressive parking lot boys again.
My boyfriend John and I went to hang out with his best friend called Mike and his current girlfriend. She knew about a party that's going on with some of her childhood friends who just finished their high school. So we arrived to the middle of nowhere. We see a bunch of people hanging out in front of yards of a few homes, drinking beer and just hanging out. It was very strange to me. We felt out of place. People were whispering about us and pointing at us. I assume because it's a small town where everyone knows each other, so the boys start mocking my boyfriend's shirt, a Lacoste polo, saying he's rich. Now my boyfriend was not rich, got a lot of hand downs from his boss after he gained a few pounds, but we laugh it off. After a little bit, we just standing around, and someone decided that we're going to a friend's house who had a pool. We all follow, thinking someone's actual home might be less strange than hanging out in front of random people's yards. Now we eventually arrive there, and there's some girls in the pool who are fully clothed. They seem nice enough. Some people are hanging outside of the driveway. I have a prosthetic leg, so I get tired if I stand up for too long. I sit on the back of the truck. After a while, a dude approaches us and sits down next to me. I was pretty naive at the time. Now, I grew up in a small town from a different state. The dude started telling us how he's from New York, questioning my life. Then he tries to touch me, saying I was cute or something. My boyfriend was there, so I felt safe enough not to react. I shrug off his comments and laugh at it, trying to act uninterested but frozen in fear. I had no idea where John's friend Mike was, much less his girlfriend, who actually might know these people. John is watching, waiting for me to say something, which I don't. I don't know why. I don't like the attention. The dude was not attractive, didn't seem fun or cool, just obviously a drunk creep. He starts getting more weird and I say, "Go away, I'm not interested, I have a boyfriend." He said, "Oh well, that's okay." He doesn't seem to mind, getting more strange. Then my boyfriend tells him to get off her. The guy says sorry and goes off to the woods. It's in front of the home. They eventually begin fighting. Now it was the homeowner. He had been passed out in his truck for the past 4 hours, but come in to see a complete stranger choking his friend. 3 guys run up on him. He managed to fight off 2 of them, but the host of the party has him in a headlock. He held him until he's almost unconscious. They fell to the ground with the host on top of him, pressing down on his throat, cutting off his ability to breathe. I try and whack him off but can't do anything. I look up and I can see that he's trying to kill my boyfriend. I then dig my prosthetic knee into his back. John's friends were nowhere to be seen. The party host had finally let off him, and we run to our car. Mike and his girlfriend are close behind, obviously aware of what's happening. We decide to call the cops. Now this is in a place called Rockdale Country, a backwoods nasty country town. I didn't realise how horrible it was until we're inside the sheriff's office. They claimed that the reports had gone missing, and nothing ever come of it.
I have this weird compulsion. Whenever I see a door, a window, or virtually any surface that I believe someone could hide behind, I imagine a face peering out at me, staring. I imagine what I could do. What could I do? You will soon find out why I have this phobia. On to the story. I will try my best to remember all the details, but my mind has repressed a lot of it. Around June of 2016, my mother and I were living in a small apartment. There was no basement or attic obviously, but there was one tiny crawl space in the closet floor of my bedroom. I never looked in it. I suppose some people would be overwhelmed with curiosity, but my mind had already imagined all the worst scenarios. I decided to leave whatever dead bodies and ghosts were down there for whoever rented after us. It was a nice apartment, small but perfect for the 2 of us. We lived there for a few peaceful months until the noises started. It was nothing extreme, just the odd bump in the night, and particularly scratching. My mum just brushed it off as rats in the walls, and as long as they stayed in there, I saw no reason to get rid of them. A week or 2 later, I had already grown used to the noise. It became almost comforting in a way. After all, I never really liked silence. That is, until I woke up one night to a different noise, a rolling sound, eerily similar to the sound my closet made when I opened it. I peeked my eyes open and looked over, but I couldn't make out anything in the dark. I thought maybe I saw something move, but I was well aware of how my mind played tricks on me in the dark. There was only one way to find out. I turned on my lamp. I feel like crying just writing this out. It's been almost a year since I've had to record this night. When I turned on the light, I expected to see the closet full of coats, but what I saw was much, much worse. It was an eye, not just an eye, but the entire half of someone's face, barely visible in the tiny crack he had opened. He didn't even react to being caught, no smile, no fear, just watching. My heart has never beat faster than that night. I wish I screamed, or maced him, or anything, but I just stared back, frozen in time until I couldn't hold it in anymore. I began sobbing, loudly. I think I tried to say something along the lines of, "What do you want?" But I was consumed in my crying. He opened the door more. I could now see his entire body, which I don't care to describe as I've spent 2 long years trying to forget that face. Shh. I lost my breath at that. Hearing him made it real. I couldn't pretend this was some weird dream or hallucination anymore. At this, I sat up and pressed my back against the wall. "It's okay, Redacted." He said it so cheerfully, it gave me chills just remembering it. This is when I finally had the courage to run out of the room. This creep knew my name. My effing name. My mum, still half asleep while she called the police, thought I'd just imagined it. Of course, by the time the police got there, he was already long gone. All that was left of him was that damned crawl space. I still never looked inside, though writing this now, I kinda wish I did. Having some sort of proof of this would, I don't know, comfort me I guess, because at least you would all know that I'm not crazy. Apparently he had been living there, for how long I don't know, but the officers who arrived first on the scene said that there were tally marks inside the crawl space. I don't know how many. I didn't want to know whether he was marking the days or weeks. I just wanted to leave that apartment, and we did. The police never found him, not for certain. They thought they found a homeless man who matched the description, but he was apparently unresponsive. I've always thought they didn't take it all that seriously. They just thought he was a squatter. Even after I told them he knew my name, they thought that given how long he had seemingly been squatting, he had probably just heard my name through the floorboards. Since that night, he's been the face I always see when there's an open door or closet. It's grown more distorted as time goes on, but I can always make out a part of his pursed lips, as if he's still shushing me, even now. It's gotten easier with time, but I don't think it will ever leave me completely. Anyway, I guess we didn't actually have rats.
When I was a teenager, I had this strange thing that I would just take night walks in areas with no lights, mostly forested paths. My logic then was facing fears would make me feel better. One night, it was pitch black. Couldn't really see far. So I was doing my thing, and I bump into someone else. I only see him at the last moment. I scream and started running back, only to hear him screaming back at me to come back, chasing me now. I can hear the sound of his footsteps. They eventually become more distant, and I did a Forrest Gump and just kept running. I never went for a night forest walk again. I know I shouldn't have been out there at that time, but the fact that there was a fully grown man there, looking to be in his 50s or 60s doing the same thing, who chased after me just does not make sense. A few years after my father had graduated from SCU, and my mother had graduated from TCU, they both had jobs at a small company in Fort Worth. Having met at a few company parties, they finally got married, and my father gets a job in Colorado for a small but growing engineering company. So off they go, packing up and moving from Fort Worth to Colorado. Getting in a car with these few belongings, they start to make their way to Colorado. Now, I'm not sure where they are, but they take a road instead of a large intersected highway. My mother and father decided to take a smaller, not so travelled route on the highway on their final stretch back home to my father's hometown, to then catch Highway 14 to their new home. Having driven all day and it being the middle of night, my dad has the idea of pulling off to the side of the road to sleep for a few hours before waking up and finishing the journey. Now there's no rest stops whatsoever, as they're on the highway in the middle of nowhere. Now my mum agreed that maybe they should stop, but after 20 minutes she wasn't able to sleep, so instead of sleeping, she said she'd drive, allowing my father to be able to rest up a bit. Just to reiterate, this is not a so travelled upon highway. There are no lights and my parents are in the middle of nowhere from the nearest city or town. Not a mile or two down the road, my mum notices something on the side of the road. As she gets closer, she notices it's just a single man in the middle of nowhere with no lights or anything, just walking on the side of the road in the direction of where my parents are parked. There was no broken down car or anything, just this man with nothing but miles around him. My parents wanted to stop and speak to him, but they got very shook. My parents didn't bring it up much, and they've ever wondered what happened to him, or what had happened to them if they'd both fallen asleep in their car at the side of the road. Something about the whole situation was just off, and why that guy was out there on his own just doesn't make sense. His intentions couldn't have been good. When I was younger, my brother and I used to go explore in the woods near our home. All of that stopped one day. I've never went to the woods since, and I have a deep fear and some PTSD of seeing pictures of myself. You'll know why. So like I said, me and my brother love exploring the woods and forest around where we live. My mum and dad don't know that we do this. Well, they do, but don't know how far into the woods we go. So on one day after school, like every other, we go for an adventure. We play tag for a little bit and end up going quite far into the forest. Now luckily, my brother knows our way back, so I'm not too worried. I've lost track of where we are. As we're going, he gets this weird feeling that we're being watched. I said to him we should probably get back soon because it's getting dark and it's probably not safe, and that our mum and dad are going to kill us if they know how far out we are. He says, yeah, I think you're right, but something feels wrong. I say, what do you mean? And he says, I don't know, I don't feel like it's safe to go back the normal way. We end up heading in a big loop to get back. As we're walking, my brother says, I think we're in private property now. There's a no trespassing sign up ahead. I think, wow, I never even realised this was territory we weren't allowed in. So we go and take a closer look to see what the sign actually says. Now at first I think my mind's playing tricks on me, because it doesn't look like a sign at all. It's a photo. Maybe it's a logo of the owners or something. My brother says no way and sprints up. He then turns white, and I've never seen him like this before. I have that feeling I'm being watched again. As I get closer, I can see why he's so scared. It's a picture of me, with the eyes X'd out in black pen. We both sprinted back. I have honestly never ran so fast in my life, and a lot of it's a blur because I think when you're so scared, your mind forces you to shut out certain memories. But I can remember as soon as we got back, we looked out the window to see if we could see anyone or anything. But there's nothing. We both agreed not to tell our parents what had happened because they'd never let us out in the woods again, and even to this day, we never told them. I know how stupid this is looking back on it, but we were kids just trying to not get into trouble. Now since this day, I can't stand going into the woods more than maybe 5 or 10 feet. It's like I have flashbacks and I feel like I'm in the middle of nowhere, even if I'm next to other people or civilization. And if I look at photos quickly and they resemble myself, I start to get cold chills and my adrenaline rises so highly. About 3 months ago, my fiance and I were driving from Oregon to Arizona. We're in a part of Nevada that's in the middle of nowhere. We are on the end of a 70-mile stretch with no cell service and it's about midnight. My wife is small, only 5'1" and 100 pounds. Now it's my wife's turn to drive at this point. I was reclined in my seat out of view sleeping. She shakes me awake and says, "This guy's been following me for a while." I glance behind and see a big truck only 10 feet behind us. I tell her to speed up, figuring he just wanted us to go faster, but he keeps the same distance from us. All of a sudden he shoots into the oncoming lane, overtakes us, then proceeds to slow in front of us, bringing his speed down to about 10. She backs off a considerable distance when he slams on his brakes and starts opening his door. At this point I sit all the way up and roll my window down. He spots me, slams his door shut and takes off. Now I'm not one to jump to conclusions, but if he didn't see me, he would have definitely tried to kidnap my wife. We're very shook up and go to report him to the police at the next gas station. My wife has never drove in the middle of nowhere alone again. I don't know what ever come of the police investigation either. This happened like 16 years ago. I was 12 then. I was in the summer camp of my Boy Scouts troop, but with boys and girls. As we're all in Spain, scouting here is actually quite a liberating thing. One of the most important activities during summer camp is what we call raid. Basically going out of camp to adventurously trek for a couple of days. My friends and I planned an amazing route through a beautiful mountain range called Pieros in the northeast of Spain. 3 days walking, 2 nights sleeping out of the camp. My raid camp consisted of 15 boys and girls between 12 and 13. We took food with us, knew how to read a map and how to build a shelter, how to search for water, and pretty much anything necessary to survive a couple of days, so no adults were camping with us. Our plans for the first day were to climb a mountain that was just under 3,000 meters high, and sleep by a glacial lake near the top. It's a long walk from our camp. I mean, it's probably about 15 miles away. So at about 6, we decide we're not going to reach the lake at the time we predicted. We find a nice place to build a shelter, did it, cook some dinner, and we're in the middle of a beautiful mountain, about 6 miles from the nearest road. Let's add another 5 kilometers more for the closest village. We can't be happier. We still had nearly 2 hours until sunset when we finished our last meal, so we thought it would be a good idea to send a smaller group to clean the dishes and refill water to a spring we had been going past while walking. Now I volunteered to go, and 3 others joined. We got a couple of light torches too, just in case, and head towards the fountain. Night came. While we're on our way back to the shelter, we can hear the rest of our group singing and having fun in the distance. Suddenly, one of my friends stopped and pointed out something by the side of our trail. This wasn't there on our way down, I'm sure, he said. There was a light reflecting pole from the road torn into pieces. We went from being happy and relaxed to mildly scared, and rushed round to see where our friends are. We told them about our creepy finding that night. We were just kids, so fear escalates fast. Who could be hiding in the same mountain range we are, and why? Two of the older guys, who are around 15, think it's a good idea to take a look around and try and calm us. Although being out there without them was even scarier, we also appreciated it. They went away with a light torch and a knife and whistle each. We remained seated inside the shelter, which was nothing more than a couple of tarps held together by sticks near a big boulder. Silent and scared, I remembered hearing quite a lot of sobbing around me. I was thinking that I didn't want to die there. One of the girls suggested we could sing and try and think of something else to try and take our minds off the situation. Some disapproved because we might not hear the whistles, but did so anyway. We spent about 10 or 20 minutes doing so. Then whistling interrupts our singing. We hear it more clearly. 2 whistles coming towards us at a really fast pace. I remember taking my knife from its sheath and keeping it in my hands. Luckily it's our friends. They arrived nervous and exhausted from the run. They told us they stumbled upon a long stick standing with lots of blood over it. More than what our nerves could stand. Most of us are crying, some praying. They then told us that they're gonna go back and look for whoever's in the mountain with us and confront him. In case things go bad, we'll run somewhere else so he can't find you, one of them said. We asked them to stay, but nobody's able to move a finger to actually stop them from leaving. There was no more singing, only weeping and barely audible prayers. I don't want to die there. I want to see my family. After a while, we hear some noises, followed by the voices of our friends. They came back at a calm pace with relief in their faces. It's all just a misunderstanding, one explained. It's just a park ranger. We found him. He explained to us that he was just walking around as part of his duty, said the other. The bloody stick was just from a rabbit that he hunted for dinner. It's quite a relief. We relaxed. Someone even spoke about taking out our sleeping bags and going to sleep. That sounds wonderful, but it wasn't long until one of the old guys said he's a bit suspicious. You see, he wasn't wearing a uniform, nor a badge or anything that we could use to identify him. He's not a ranger. And who walks kilometers away from the nearest road late at night to hunt rabbits? Are there even rabbits at this altitude? Terror comes flooding back within seconds now. They're right. The story doesn't make sense. Let's go back there and find him, one of the older guys said. We asked them to stay with us again and get the same result. Once they were gone, someone said that maybe he even followed them and now knew exactly where we are. We all shivered in panic. No one was paying the slightest attention to anyone else anymore. Nobody cried. No one prayed. I remember I only had one thought in my mind. I'd rather kill than get killed in this place. We now wait seated, silent and ready to fight for our lives. We all have our knives out and ready. Minutes passed. Suddenly, we hear people running, approaching. We heard screams of terror. From the sound of it, it's obvious there's more than 2 people coming after us. I've never been so scared in my life. I hope I could say goodbye to my mum, my dad and sister. My knife's ready to stab whoever comes close. We finally saw our 2 friends running for their lives, being followed by 2 men. They came just at the front of the opening of the shelter and stopped. 2 men chased them, doing the same thing. We can see their faces. It turned out our camp leaders were really weird and had been following us, almost like they were excited by people crying, being scared for their lives. So they had taken 13 children to the middle of nowhere, to the point they're holding up knives wanting to kill people. It turns out they got in a lot of trouble after it, and I'm sure they got arrested for some of the things that they had done. Now I know nothing come of this, but I'm more scared by how weird the camp leaders actually were, and that the law got involved after, versus a prank they tried to play on us. Growing up in the central US, I've heard all of the myths and legends about skinwalkers. I never really gave them any merit up until last week. I've also heard that talking or thinking about them can draw them in, but I gotta tell someone. Please excuse any formatting errors, and this is my first post I'm on mobile. So let me start with some background. My name's Dakota. I'm 26 and have grown up in and around the Southern Rockies and the Superstition Mountains and all of the vast wilderness that is Colorado, Utah, Arizona and New Mexico. All my life I've been drawn to the outdoors, hiking, climbing, biking, rafting, kayaking. You name it, I've done it. I'm very experienced in all these activities and have worked as a guide and survival instructor since 19. I've experienced many strange, possibly paranormal things due to my time in the wilderness, but I'm rambling. So anyway, last Friday, I took some time off for myself, just to get back in tune with the solitude of nature. I packed all my gear, finished going through my checklist, and made sure to let some of the other guides know where I was heading when I'd be back. Then I loaded my gear into my 4-wheeler, made sure my bear, my very sweet and loyal overprotective German Shepherd, was comfy in the passenger seat. He is my lookout, adventure partner and best friend. He never leaves my side, even to the point when I have to use the bathroom. So we set out shortly after 11 AM towards a canyon I'd recently discovered hidden away behind the thick bush and at an apparent rockside. After about 5 hours of driving through the dusty and desolate landscape, the trails continue on between a narrow passage through the mountainous cliffs. When we arrive, I parked the 4-wheeler behind a large outcropping of boulders, took the keys, and covered it with a coloured. Not that I was worried about theft. I was probably miles away from the nearest human. I covered it to keep the unforgiving sun to prevent any melting damage. After getting the four-wheeler stashed away, I donned my pack and my sidearm, a large caliber Desert Eagle. There aren't many animals that you can kill out here, but I had the gun for protection. I surveyed the area. There was thick bush and dry foliage all around us with small foot trails. I cleared them on the four-wheeler and see a large rock pile in front of us. I skirted around the rocks to the very narrow passage in behind the left side. It's a tight squeeze, and I had to remove my pack just to get through it. Now I had to slide and shuffle like this for about 20 feet, with cold jagged rocks against my chest and loose boulders against my back. The trail narrowed near the end, and I had to suck my chest in and wriggle my way out in a large opening in the rocks, where Bear happily waited for me with his head cocked to the side with confusion. He was confused why I struggled so much and he passed so easily. When I finally freed myself from the narrow rock, my jaw dropped. All around me, the cliff is covered in ancient paintings and carvings, some of which I recognize from some Native American sites used as religious sites. But many of these symbols were new to me. The most notable was a large painting near where the trail continued on. It depicted a large figure whose head and antlers resembled that of a deer, but the body was long and narrow, strangest of all, bipedal. It is at times like these that I wish I'd brought some piece of technology like my iPhone, but I usually leave it at home, bring in only an emergency satellite phone. Intrigued, I left the opening and headed on the trail. I was surprised by the steep downward slope that seemed to the heading down further and further into the earth, and I was even more surprised when the trail ended at the mouth of a large cave. It's actually a cave that I didn't know about. This couldn't get any better. I set down my pack, pulled out my flashlight. It was getting pretty dark, so I figured I'd just check out the opening, then settle for the night. I wandered in a few feet and abruptly stopped when the floor dropped down into a chasm. My flashlight barely penetrated the dark abyss below me. Disappointed that I'd need to return another day with my caving gear and possibly a partner, I headed back towards the mouth of the cave, and Bear, who had strangely stayed put, didn't follow me in. He must be tired, I thought, as I suddenly started to realise my own fatigue after nearly 5 hours of driving and 5 of hiking. I started a small fire with some newspaper logs I packed, in which burned for a surprisingly long time. I heated up some water for some dehydrated omelette. After a not very satisfying meal, I unroll my sleeping bag and get comfortable, with the fire by my side and the distant view of the stars peeking between the distant cliff tops that shelter me from the rest of the world. With that peaceful thought, I dozed off to the sound of the crackling fire and Bear snoring beside me. I sleepily checked my watch when I was nudged awake. It's almost 3 in the morning. I softly push Bear's head away from me, nudging me so I can go back to sleep. But that's when, in the dim of the fire, I see that his teeth are now bared, his head low beside me in a protective position. He was starting towards the mouth of the cave with a deep growl emanating from his throat. More alert now, I clumsily grabbed my flashlight and unholstered my pistol. my finger ready to switch off the safety. I mentioned to Bear to be quiet, which was a very handy skill that had taken a lot of time to learn. On command, he quieted, but still snarling at the dark hole in the cliff. I illuminate the edge of the drop-off, my gun aimed with the beam, and we listen. For a few minutes, all I heard besides silence was my heartbeat. Then finally, I heard it. I still can't describe it, but I'll try my best. It sounded like the belt of a goat and the yowl of a wild cat coming together to form words that are broken and foreign. Quiet at first, it's now accompanied by a clacking and scraping sound, getting closer and closer. I strain my eyes to the edge in the light of the beam. What I saw next, I'm sure has been burned into my mind's eyes and I'll never forget it. In the light, there's disgusting long rotten fingers. Something is there up over in the cave. The thing first pulled itself. It's now out of the cave. It's about 6 feet tall, with long deer legs, too skinny to support the weight. The body appeared to be semi-human, but a skeleton draped with rotting flesh, with patches of mangled fur and ribs protruding from its chest. The smell was wretched, and I wanted to look away to vomit and run, but I'm paralyzed with fear. I kept staring at the long curled antlers and the warped and twisted body, long arms hanging loosely in front of the claws scraping the ground, but mostly the disturbing contoured mix of human and animal intertwined to make a face so haunting I remember it to this day. And when it locked into my view, its empty rotted sockets met with my eyes. It lets out some horrifying words. "Let me help you," said very slowly. With that, I snapped out of my paralyzed state, switched off the safety, pulling the trigger twice, then 3 times. In an instant, the horrible thing before me flickered and was 2 feet to the right. I fired again and again, as the thing jerks towards me. Now I really don't remember much of what happened next. Bear barking, us sprinting, flashes of gunfire, the jerking and clanking, the evil voice again. "Let me help you." I just remembered the peak of sunlight, the roar of the side-by-side as me and Bear sped through the desert. We woke up in our shack uninjured, but forever scarred by the experience. It kept me awake every night since, and I needed to tell someone, to warn someone, please. If you ever see carvings or anything in a cave, do not enter.
Hey, leader of the cryptic crew here. Alright, you guys were right. The name is too cheesy. Also, I probably wouldn't be the leader. Casey would. She's got a lot of energy. A few lovely people said they'd like to hear more of our adventures. Thanks for your interest. I've decided to compile a bunch of quick incidents that happened since I moved into my dorm. It's been a busy few weeks, so I can't write much. I've got another 5-page essay due Sunday. First, some background onto my dorm building. It's got a notorious reputation as haunted, and I live in the basement. People call the basement the cryptid zone for 2 reasons. The first reason, just because Joe lives at the end of the hall, and there's quite a few people in on that joke. I swear the closer I got to the door with the nameplate Joe on it, the weirder I feel. The other reason is because of the vibes the basement gives off. The first time I showed Tal my room, they nearly stumbled over. The hallway is long, dark, and artificially lit. If you stared down the hall at night, you start to feel dizzy. That's how long it is. The artificial lighting feels absolutely soul draining, and the basement is always freezing. But that's nothing too abnormal. The real spooky thing is the ghost rumours. I have to admit it now. I've always been a skeptic, never really believing in any supernatural stuff. First night I moved in, I couldn't sleep at all. I moved in 3 weeks earlier than everyone else due to a special program at my university. There was only a handful of other kids living in my building. One other person in the basement with me, and she lives on the opposite end of the hall. That first night was terrifying, and I'm not quite sure why. My thoughts raced through my mind. No matter how many blankets I bunched around myself, I was cold, and I kept hearing things. For the first several hours, I convinced myself it was nothing. The creaks and cracks could be explained by the building's weak structure. The walls were paper thin here. But then I heard crying. I jumped out my bed in fear. The first noise was a nose sniffing. Then I heard a hiccup-like sob. They were so quiet, but not like they were muffled by the walls. It was like someone was trying to be quiet. With a trembling hand, I grabbed a knife and a flashlight from my nightstand. Yeah, I have a knife collection. It seemed like a good idea to bring that with me to protect myself in college. I roll out of bed and head towards the empty side of my room. I turn on my flashlight and scan the room. I wanted to leave, because I'm not going to be that stupid white person from the horror movies. Well, I'm not white, but whatever, you get what I'm saying. But I had nowhere to go, and it was 3:30 AM. I walked over to the walls, and pressed my ear against them. Though my hearing does suck, it's not completely gone. I attempted to listen for several minutes, but I didn't hear anything through the extremely thin walls. I didn't have neighbours yet, but my room was empty besides me, so I had to check. It was the only logical move I could make. After a very scary 30 seconds of searching my little dorm room, I admitted defeat and crawled back into bed. The next day, after meeting new people and attempting to make friends before classes officially started, I brought up the ghost rumours to them. They all said they heard the ghost story too. I asked if anyone heard anything weird, and 2 other people in my building, on the 1st and 3rd floor, said they'd heard something crying. A few days later, more weird stuff happened. We were there early for a special program, so we had homework already. One afternoon, I gave up on my stupid work and left it on my desk before leaving. When I got back 3 hours later, the papers were scattered all around my room and all over the floor. I simply joked about this to my friend, saying, "The ghosts must hate this class too." No, nobody else had the key to my room, and I didn't have a roommate yet, no RA, and no cleaning services. One person dismissed my ghost claims by saying it was just the AC moving the paper. My homework being thrown everywhere happens a few times, and sometimes it wasn't just papers, pens, folders, blinders, and even a protein bar once. I haven't known any cold AC units to be able to move protein bars and books. The morning after one of the first nights I stayed over at Casey's room, she told me something that still terrifies me. We were up pretty late, so when I eventually passed out in her arms, I was out. I can be a heavy sleeper at times. We woke to a phone ringing. My mum had tracked my phone, then freaked out when she noticed I wasn't home. Talk about an embarrassing phone call. One that had to happen over FaceTime because we were both hearing impaired. Her ears are much worse than mine. After I'd taken care of the messy parents itch, all Casey said was, "Sorry you got yelled at. She sounds a bit like a helicopter." When she noticed how embarrassed I was, she reassured me with a kiss, then gasped in realization. I asked what was wrong. "Something really weird happened last night, but..." "What? Am I that bad?" I asked jokingly. She shoots me a look that essentially says, "Shut up, idiot." "Just listen for a second. I don't think you'll believe me, but I don't really have anyone else to tell, and well, it did happen to you." When Casey sounds scared, something must be really bad, so I shut up and listened. "Last night, after you fell asleep, you started talking." "Do you talk in your sleep often?" Casey asked, unable to hide her fear in her voice any longer. Unfortunately, I was no help. "No, I never really have. Not to my knowledge at least. And you know how my ex and I used to live together for months? She would have said something." I instantly regretted bringing up my ex with my new girlfriend, but thankfully Casey overlooked it. "Damn," Casey said through gritted teeth. I sat up asking what was wrong. "Okay, well, last night around 3:33, I know because I checked my phone, you started talking in your sleep, but it didn't sound like you." "Casey, what do you mean?" The accent was different. The voice was deeper. You were saying the weirdest stuff too, Casey tried to explain. Like what? I asked. What did I say? You said, "Where's my bag? I left it on the 3rd floor." What do you mean you don't know? What hotel is this? Great service. Seriously, I said that, I asked, perplexed. I vaguely remembered my dreams from the night before. They had everything to do with Casey, very little to do with a hotel. I told him my dreams had nothing to do with a hotel. Yeah, you did. A bunch of other weird stuff too. You sounded like you'd been possessed by someone who died in a hotel. Casey's a firm believer in the supernatural, but I shook my head in disbelief. There's no way. It's not possible. How else do you explain it? We still don't quite know how. The last story I was debating on sharing because it was weird and mildly weird of me to put on the internet, but oh well, here it goes. So 2 days ago, I was exhausted from my early classes, late night studying before. Of course, I went to my dorm room after lunch for a well-deserved nap. Before I passed out, I thought to myself, man, I really should have taken my bra off before getting in bed, but I was too tired to move. I passed out. It was just like that sometimes. When I woke up, my bra was gone, nobody was in the room, and I slept lightly during naps, so I probably would have felt or heard someone. I've never sleepwalked, so I genuinely have no idea what happened to me. So there are those stories that I can think of from the cryptid zone and beyond. Tell me what you think below. Also, I'm thinking about interviewing Joey and posting that next. He's an unusual man, that's for sure. When I asked where he was from when I first met him, he simply said, "I'm from around." He paused, realising he sounded too cryptic. Around here. See you all next time, unless a ghost gets me.
My grandfather told me a story once. As we sat around a campfire in his backyard, in the cool night of the Arizona desert, the horizon is clear. Each star twinkled in a purple sky, with a full fat moon hanging low over the mountains. His voice is raspy and gravelly, the result of a lifetime of smoking cigars and drinking whiskey. The fire danced and shined across his dark eyes as he settled into his seat, ready to tell his story. Way back when I was a boy, about your age, I lived outside an Apache reservation with your great-grandfather. He returned from the war, setting about raising cattle. Now, this is on a 100-acre ranch, settled between a mountainside, with dirt good for growing thorn bush and not much else. One night, my mum was sick, and my pa and I took a trip into town, about 50 miles away, straight through a dry desert, over a washed out creek, and some old abandoned farmsteads. A fire sparked and a log crackled, jolting me out of the story. So Pa and I driving in an old Ford pickup truck. I remember this dark out, inky and thick, with only the lights out of our old truck lighting up the road. I remember too, when the engine began to sputter and the truck slowed to a jerky stop. "God damn it," Pa said, guiding the Ford to one side of the road as it coasted to a halt. "Stay here, son," he says as he steps out into darkness, shutting the door with a heavy thud. My window was down, and the cool desert air was breezy and felt good on my hot face and neck. Pa was getting water from the back to cool the engine, and that's when I smelt it. A rotten smell. Strange, I thought. Why could I smell sulphur in the desert? My nose also picked up on some weird rotten tomato smell, almost like one of the dead bloated cattle from the heat. You know where the crows come and pick holes in the side of them. It was foul and I gagged. My skin began to tingle too, and the back of my neck felt itchy. My face is getting hot. The wind had stopped blowing and hung still and heavy, with the stink filling the cab. "Pa," I called. "Dad." No answer. My heart started beating, and I felt fear in my bones, in my chest. Boy, I tell you, I've never felt anything like it. Not until Vietnam. I lock the door and reach over for my dad's door. I see a shadow bound across the road, through the dim beams of the light, across the partly open doomed hood. My grandfather paused. He spit a fat wad of tobacco off to the side. He looked passively into the darkness. I realized I was holding my breath. "So what happened?" He sighs, a creature, and shakes his head. You have to understand that there were legends, old legends, older than the rocks of these valleys, older still than Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, than the old Injun chiefs and their shams, the Apache, the Hove, and the Cherokee. All of them old tribes and First Peoples, they told tales, old stories about dark Injun magic, a deal made with old spirits, a blood sacrifice to gain power. Old power, enough to fight each other and the Spaniards, and later the white men who come for their land. They called them. He paused. Grandfather took a deep breath and plodded forward in his towel. Across the fire and the sky and the desert, the creek, the moon, the sun and old mountains. They call them skinwalkers, shape changers, old warriors resurrected as skinless men, with muscle, walking on deer legs, with the torso of a man, the head of a coyote, but really messed up, with long and malformed snouts, teeth like a bowie knife, long arms, standing 7 foot, even hunched over. They'd got the old cowboys and white riders. They'd run through bullets and sabers, part the Spanish armor like a potato sack. Wily too, and they could change their voice to match a person you might know. Boy, that's when I saw a big and fast. I don't know what it was, only for a second. It runs across the road, grey and molted, muscles flexing under its legs, hooves clomping on the road, stringy muscle hunched over shoulders, and it turned, looking right into the cab and into my eyes, and I swear, boy, it grinned at me. I sank into my seat in shock, in fear, shaken. I knew death was near. The air was erratic. I smelled ozone and brimstone. The air felt like right before the lightning comes and blows a tree. Charged full with power. I yelled for my dad, but no words come out. I was shaken. As my grandfather told his story, he was still here, so I know he lived, but the supernatural always fascinated me. Even now, I feel the force of his words. Now the real power of the skinwalkers was tricky. They could change their voices, but also their skin. That's why the gods took their hide, so they could take others. Not for long, the legend says, maybe an hour before the soul of the skin they wore would come looking for their mortal shell before going to whatever hell awaited them. though I think getting skinned alive was hell. A minute passes in what felt like a lifetime. 1 second in 1,000 years. My father's door opened and I jerked my head to left, putting my fist up to fend off an attack. "Son, it's me," my dad said, before climbing into his cab. He grasped the steering wheel, pulling himself awkwardly, jerking into the seat. I cringed into the corner looking at him, looking hard. "Boy, your great-grandfather was a good man, treated me and my ma right. He fought the Nazis and saw the worst of man in Poland when he freed them in the camps. And now, I was taking his measure. Is this my father? Do I make a run or die? Is it him or not? Let's go get the medicine for your ma," as he pulls the truck into gear, pulling into the side of the road. Our trip resumed. "I guess it was him after all." I said, "But how did you know? Was it because he said something about your mom?" "No, boy. I knew because out the window, out of the corner of my eye, I seen that beast running right next to the car, staring at me with them yellowed eyes, grinned mouth, and I saw it, hunched and angry, running next to us. I just looked straight forward and floored it." "Son," he said, "don't look at it." That's how I knew, boy.
To be perfectly frank, I hate talking to Greg. My particular line of work was pleasant enough to exempt me from much face-to-face contact with him. Unfortunately, of course, some contact is inevitable. "So," Greg sighed, easing his girth into the seat behind him, "why are we having this meeting?" I dropped my slender frame into the opposite chair. You called me in to have a meeting, Greg." He blinked, then sighed in disappointment. "You have a previously undocumented cryptid last week, which was sent to Shailene Mountain. Why was there an undocumented subject in your area?" I tried not to be condescending. Because, well, if we'd known where it was, then it wouldn't have been previously undocumented. All wild subjects has to be undocumented before we can discover them. He looked at me with a mixture of confusion and disgust. "I realise that finding these subjects can be frightening, Lisa, but that's no excuse to let it affect your work," he sniffed. "And if you can't deal with this job, I'll find someone who can. Everybody else in your position is at least 5'8" and 160 pounds. My blood began to boil, but I'd learned long ago not to show any emotion in front of Greg. I forced a smile. "I can assure you that I wasn't afraid. If you read the reviews from the extraction team and the medical report from the missing boy who I found, everyone gave me glowing reviews." Greg slowly took off his glasses before leaning forward in his chair. "Lisa, I feel you are often a challenge to my authority." I learned to keep my mouth shut in these moments, but I'm sure my face was crimson. Greg sighed. "The subject that you picked up last week, all 167.72 kilograms of it, has been residing in the Shailene Mountains Environmental Niche Reptilian Program. It's several hundred acres of Colorado wilderness that's cleverly blockaded from any civilization entry." I nodded. "Thank you for explaining that, Greg, but I was the lead consultant in designing this particular ENRP." Greg scowled. "We've just got new orders from Washington," he explained gruffly. He tossed a stack of papers across the desk at me. "Doibu needs to clean out his ENRP of all undocumented subjects." I stared at him in confusion. "Clear out? Where do they go?" Greg shrugged. "Last week's subject has chromatically desirable object receptors. I think that's a phrase they used." My jaw dropped. "People like his eye colour." He stared back in contemplation. "When ground into a powder, it's apparently almost 3% less expensive than the lead-in black food colouring." I nearly leapt out of my chair. "You're going to kill him and take his eyes out. Why?" Greg sighed deeply. "The federal government's official position is that it doesn't exist." "What?" I spat. "Of course it exists." Greg shook his head. "The official position is that there's no concrete evidence one way or another. So there cannot be a policy that recognises the existence of the subjects contained within the ENRP at Shaolin Mountain. Therefore, Doibu has been instructed to terminate all subjects therein. I close my eyes and pull several hairs out. If your emotional condition prevents you from being able to complete your task, Lisa, there are stronger people who are capable. I controlled my breathing. It wasn't easy. I'm absolutely fine, Greg. But you see that the order to dispose of something inherently implies that it exists. He blinked several times. The official position is that they do not exist. I sighed. Yes, Look, never mind. If they don't exist, why not simply release him back into the wild? Why are they going to kill him? Greg gazed at me stoically. They're not going to kill him, he said matter-of-factly. You are. I stared back, slack-jawed. Well, that wraps things up, Lisa. He shot a chip of voice. I stood up to walk away, shell-shocked. You know, they really screwed up the name of our department, he explained, mostly to himself as I walked out the door. I turned back to see him brooding and grave. They call it the Department of the Interior, but it only covers the outside stuff. I had been airlifted to Shaolin Mountain in a daze. By the time I'd landed, though, my resolve had returned. Though Greg had come to us in a helicopter, I knew that he was outranked once we landed on the ground. I'm not killing that cryptid, I explained to the man at the gate. I could tell that he was in charge, because everyone around him seemed to be afraid of him. He looked down at me. Okay, he responded simply. I sputtered, yeah, well, so that's it. Sure, he explained. The only reason you were requested is because they wanted the subject to be euthanized humanely. He turned away from me to stare at the Colorado sky. I felt betrayed at this moment. It would be a lot easier without that concern, the man continued, his hands clasped behind his back. A 7mm Winchester ballistic silver tip to the fire should cause death via hemorrhage within 24 hours. It's far less risky than the tranquilizer they suggested used before termination. Frankly, there's no telling how vicious this wild beast could get while they're men trying to put themselves at risk. 24 hours to die? That would be torture. You don't have to do that. He's not dangerous, I nearly shrieked. He glanced back. Don't worry, he won't be a threat if everyone remains in the Jeep. Frankly, I'm glad to hear that you'll be staying out of harm's way. I don't think you realise what you'd be getting into with this monster. You better stay with Greg, where it's safe. My world span. I grabbed my head in my hands and walked away from the group. I focused on the crisp alpine air. I took in the 50-mile view of the wilderness. I thought about why I took this job in the first place. Then I returned to the people in charge. I'll do it, I responded meekly. Give me the tranquilizer gun and the rifle. I blinked away a rogue tear that I was determined not to let them see. But I'll need a bag of red gummy bears to do things right. I bounced back and forth as the Jeep drove farther into the wilderness of the Shaolin Mountain ENRP. The rifle slid from side to side in my lap. Did George love Lenny? Mrs. Neese asked as she walked the rows of my 7th grade class. He shot Lenny in the head. Most people declare themselves unable to do that to a person they loved. She stopped pacing, and for reasons I'll never understand, she looked directly at me. But I'll have to ask most people a very specific question. If choosing not to kill someone is a result of your own discomfort, doesn't that mean you love yourself more than you love anyone else? Here she leaned in towards me and seemed to tune everyone else out. If your definition of love isn't completely sacrificing your own comfort, then how would you define it? My hands were too numb to tremble as I filled the bolt-action rifle with its deadly contents. I loaded the chamber with a decisive snap, then returned it to my lap. I had joined Doibu because I love the unknown parts of the world. Fear is power, but only to a certain few, and extracting fear is nothing different from extracting human potential. But sometimes the task of being human requires us to build impossible hope from nothing more than broken pieces. I am being forced to kill something that I love because I love it. That much of my humanity remains intact. I turned away from the rest of the people in the Jeep, so I didn't have to hide my tears. The vehicle plunged onwards, unabated, into the hidden forest with the futile goal of finding something more monstrous than what was already in it.
When I was 15, my father and I loved to go camping. This is something we did whenever we had the opportunity. There was some really good forest around where we lived. full of life and sounds. Probably the most peaceful part for my dad at least was the sounds of the nature. It annoyed me, but my father loved it. It made a difference from the mechanical sounds of the job where he worked. So on one particular evening, we do some fishing. We're having a great time looking up at all the stars. The sun's just beginning to set, and you can just about see the northern star in the hemisphere. We decide to call it a night. Now while we're walking back to our camping site, my dad continually stops, not saying why. Now normally I just make fun of him, but I can see that he has his hand on his gun. I know something is wrong. I don't want to scare my dad and act as though I don't notice anything. Every time that we begin walking, we can hear a sound, louder than our own footsteps, that can't be identified as one specific thing. It's hard to describe, but almost like a deep thud, just beyond your range of hearing, but you can still notice it, if that makes sense. So anyway, we continue towards our camp when my dad suddenly shouts out, "Hey, you stop immediately, I have a gun." I ask my dad what's going on. He tells me to be quiet. He says you take one more step and this is your last warning. And with that, gunfire. There's a few moments of silence before my dad grabs my hand and tells me to run. I don't know what's going on and begin crying in fear. What's more strange is we run past our campsite. We run all the way back to where our car is and speed out of there. He tells me to never tell my mum what happened and that he'll explain one day. Now, as you can imagine, this is the most terrifying experience in my life. Eventually my dad did tell me. He said he thought we were being followed by a very large man, but he eventually caught a glimpse of something in the moonlight. Now it looks like a person, yes, but upon closer inspection, he can tell that it's definitely not a normal person. He describes it to me as a skinwalker. Now I don't know too much about them, just that they're to be avoided. He said that's when he pulled the trigger. He knows he landed a direct hit on it, or at least within an inch of this creature, and it didn't even move an inch. This is when he made us begin running. So this happened 17 years ago, so please forgive me if the exact details are fuzzy. So it's the summer of 1999. I was spending the vacation with my mother in New Mexico. I was a 12-year-old at the time and had a severe attitude. I made friends easily with a few girls that lived just around the corner from my mum's home. We spent every moment together that summer. We're a group of 4, all of us thinking we were older and smarter than everyone. Nikki, Katie, Julie, and myself were the last generation of home phone lines, playing outside on the trampoline until dark and sleepovers. We would watch VHS tapes, listen to cassette tapes on our Walkman. It was okay to let your children walk around town at night, and we very rarely locked our front door. We had no cell phones or internet. My backyard had a concrete wall around it and a gate. Now behind the wall was desert as far as the eye could see. Just a barren wasteland of dirt, cacti, shrubs and mountains way off in the distance. This town had a major railroad track running straight through it. There was a major street that had a gas station, restaurant and hotels and attractions. We all received the same warnings from our parents. Stay out the desert, stay away from the tracks, and don't walk the main strip at night. Do you think we listened though? Absolutely not. Julie, Nikki, and I spent our days walking through the desert, crossing the tracks down the strip to Katie's home. Sometimes we would just walk around till dusk. Some days, we would go to my home to jump on the trampoline. This particular day, we get to Katie's house prepared to stay the weekend because her parents are out of town. We were gonna have a party. The first few nights, the girls would jump in from a spiral staircase to a giant beanbag. I refused to participate in this, due to my extreme fear of heights. When we got down to the sleepover business, so to say, and decided to watch the original Exorcist, you know, the one with Linda Blair, I didn't sleep. The second night, we all told our parents that Katie's mum was going to drive us to the movies. We all got money from the movies, then promptly walked down to the strip to get junk food. Now, I wish I could say that we're aware of the surroundings, but we're not. We were absolutely oblivious of the man who followed us all the way back to the home. I feel that I should mention that Katie's parents are loaded. They have a huge property with numerous buildings, broken down cars that her dad was remodeling. Their house had a large open kitchen and dining and living room. There were no walls and the whole room was lined with windows. There were 2 doors front and back. The day was just as planned. We get our junk food and make it home safely. We made pizza in the oven, and for some reason, one of the girls turns on the news. As we're eating, we hear a story about staying inside because there's a report of a suspicious man walking on the strip. That's it, suspicious man. We laugh and joke about it. Fast forward a couple of hours. I don't remember what happened, but as girls do, someone said something that hurt Julie's feelings and she storms out of the home. I went after her, opened the front door just in time to see her lighting a cigarette. I sat there with her on a bench while she gone on about the other 2. Suddenly, the air grows thick with anxiety. Julie felt it too. I quietly ask her if she feels as though she's being watched. She responds with a little nod, and then we're blinded. Someone's in a car in the driveway. My heart's racing as I stood up, pulling Julie out of the spot she seems to be stuck in. As we turned to run inside, the man made a sound. I can't describe this sound other than a high-pitched squeal that turned into a growl. I was scared beyond all reason, but somehow I'm able to get myself and Julie inside. The moment we're inside, the headlights go off. It's pitch black again. I lock the door and turn off the light. By now, Julie has regained her composure to tell the other 2 what's happened. As I frantically check the back door and turn every light off, I tell them to be quiet and listen by the back door. I heard the car door close. I was praying to every god that he would go away. Then, right by my cheek, the door handle started to turn slowly, now frantically. I crawl away from the door. I now move over to where my friends are. For the next 2 or 3 hours, we sat still, listening to this man bang on every window or door trying to get inside. The phone was located across the room right next to the 2 windows. I finally got up, gathering the courage to run to the phone. I call my mum. I tell her that we're all alone and someone's trying to breach the house. I hung up with her and waited. Julie screamed to the man that we called the cops, and all of a sudden, the banging stops. We sat there listening to him getting in his car. Then, the sound starts again, that turned into a growl. He's gone now. My mum and stepdad then show up, checking out the place. They found tyre tracks and cigarette butts in the driveway. Whoever this was had been watching us for a while. The truly scary part is all the scratch marks on the windows and doors. Clearly not possible for a human to make. This is why I know it was a skinwalker. Needless to say, Katie spent the rest of the weekend at Nikki's house and had a great story for her parents, which of course they didn't believe. Even to this day, I'm certain this was something supernatural and not a normal person. I just hope they never come back to me. This happened when I was probably 7 or 8. When I was a kid, I lived in a pretty sketchy neighbourhood. We lived in those long apartments. Ones are attached to the sides rather than stacked on top of each other. The front of the apartment faced a main road, and there's a little street to access the park and woods and back area of the apartment. Behind the apartments is a massive field and a forest. Me and my friends and I used to go there to build hobbit holes in the grass. My mum hated it when we went out there because there were some rough people that lived in the neighbourhood. She didn't like the idea of 7-year-olds playing out there in the same place where people do drugs. I'm adding some more details so you can get a picture. Now one day, I was out in the woods by myself, just exploring and pretending to be Indiana Jones or something, and I was coming out of the tall grass. I could see the little back alley in between the parking area and the woods, and I saw something lying in the grass. I believe it's a deer. I think it's just sleeping, so I creep up on it, trying to not scare it. I know, cool. That was quite funny. When I got there, I knew something was off. The deer was too still and smelled horrible. I couldn't see its face, and its back was facing me, but when I got up to it, I nearly had a heart attack when I saw its entire stomach is ripped open. I wasn't a smart kid, but I knew this was messed up. When I turned to run back home to tell my mum, I saw another deer nailed to a tree next to the first. I don't know how I didn't notice this before, but its two front hoofs are literally nailed to it. It's a disgusting scene, as you can imagine. As I stood there, staring at it, a car drove past a little alley. I remember it's a white car with tinted windows driving really slowly. I mean, everyone drove slowly on this alley because it's a residential street, but these people were barely moving. I can't see inside, but I got the sinking feeling that they were watching me. Obviously, I can't be sure that they are, but I'm 99% sure it was them. Once they were gone, I booked it home and told my mum the whole thing. She told me not to go in the field again, and I agree. I really hated what I saw. For the next month or so, I saw that car drive everywhere. It would drive up and down the main road I was on while I was playing in the front yard. It would drive down and back towards the alley when I would be back in the yard. I even remembered seeing it at a grocery store once, but they were definitely staking the house out. It was always the white car, tinted windows, maybe they're following me, and always driving way too slowly to be normal. I tell my mum about it, but she chalks it up to a neighbour just going down the road. So one day, my mum was out mowing the lawn. Because of the way the apartment is, she had to push the lawnmower all the way around the apartments to get to our backyard. Being the helpful kid I was, I was gonna meet my mum out the back to open the gate so she can put the lawnmower in the shed. As I'm walking out the gate, I see the car come along the back alley. Normally, the car goes slow. As soon as it turns a corner, however, the driver steps on the gas, zooming up behind me. The back door closest to me opens and someone gets out and starts running towards me. I don't remember what he looked like or even if it was a he. I just remembered getting back home as quick as I can, terrified. After that, my dad yelled at me for peeing myself, and neither he nor my mum believed me about the guy in the car, and I never saw him again, and we moved a few months later. That sounds really harsh, Jesus. My parents still think I made up the whole thing, even though they thought how sketchy the neighbourhood was. I don't remember anyone going missing at that time in my town, but I never really looked it up. All I know is it was really messed up, and I have no idea who those people were and why they did that to the deer or what they planned for me. I just hope they never done anything to anyone else. This happened a few years ago, and we didn't know exactly who this man was, but it still scared me senselessly. When I was about 13, I used to have my bed right under my bedroom window. It was also around the time my dog was brought inside because she got too old to stay out. At the time, we didn't have screens covering the doors like we do now, or the windows, so the windows could easily be opened and there's no barrier. I always left my window open during the day to let in fresh air, then close and lock it when it starts getting dark. The house is surrounded by forest, not very thick, but still thick enough that you can't clearly see through it. It's completely normal to hear strange noises at night, because things like bears or stray dogs or even former neighbours' chickens would roam around through our backyard. So when I heard something shuffling around my window, I didn't think much of it, and continued playing video games. Not even 10 minutes later, I heard something hit against it. It may have just been a large June bug. When they hit a window, it sounds like rocks being thrown, so I literally ignore it. The knocking kept going, but I just kept ignoring it until finally it stopped. Fast forward until around 2 AM. I was finally settling down and going to sleep when I hear breathing. Very faint, enough to miss if my room wasn't silent. I heard something drag down my window, like a stick or finger. I did it a few times, and that was enough for me. I jump out of bed, running to my dad's room. I told him that there was something at my window, and he immediately came to look. We turned on the lights, and nothing's there. I told him what I heard, and he said he's gonna look in the morning. We did just that, and my stomach churned. Under my window, there were two completely different foot tracks, one back and forth besides the generator, looking directly under my window. There's even cigarette butts laying on the floor, and ashes. Like they've been there for a while. The foot tracks led towards the woods, and seemed to stop there. We have no idea who this was, and to this day even thinking of this terrifies me. Afterward we put locks on the windows and screens up, but I'll never forget that day. Okay, so this was a normal rainy evening when I was 14. I played games until my mum come in and told me to go to sleep. But before I get to the creepy parts, I'll give you an overview of our home. Our house is located on a hill. The closest neighbours are literally 100 meters further at the road. This road leads to nowhere, so there are rarely people going past our home. Behind the house is a little forest area that I used to play in as a child. And also, the house has 2 floors. My room is at the second upper floor. Yeah, I gotta admit, it's a lonely house with rain, darkness, and a forest that could keep me a little bit worried if I didn't know what was in there. So I went to sleep as usual at 11 PM. I fell asleep very quickly. However, at 3 AM I woke up, and I didn't do that so often. I think I had to go to the bathroom or something, so I went to pee and look through the window and do my thing. But it wasn't that relaxing nightly forest that I saw. My eyes glued on a specific character in the darkness. A man wearing dark clothes was just standing at the path of the forest. I don't know what he was doing. I started to panic, of course, and switched off the bathroom lights really quick. I sneak up to my parents downstairs, and I've never felt so afraid moving in my home in my life. We had alarms on, but it didn't calm me. I took a look at my parents. They're asleep. My sister's not up either. I went to the kitchen and peeked through the window. There he was, still standing at the pathway, closer now. And now I can see his body. I can't figure out his face. He looks huge. I just sat at the window, scared and almost falling to tears. Little rain poured to the ceiling and made naturally chill sounds. That didn't help. I peeked through the window again, and I almost jumped out of my skin when he's standing in the yard now. I can see his face. He looks terrifying. I now ran to my parents to wake them up. My father ran out the back door, but my mum said that he could be dangerous and might be armed. She calls the police. Movement inside the house made the guy move, and he runs towards the road and the forest. My father swore that he couldn't go after him, but was mad that he couldn't. Now we wait for the cops to show up. Eventually they show up and ask questions and check out the forest with my dad. At this point, I went to sleep again with my mum, terrified but managed to sleep. I still have nightmares about this today. When I was young, me and my brother loved to go and play and explore in the forest near where we lived. We had a group of neighbourhood friends that we'd also do this with, and to be honest, those were some of my best memories. However, this would all change one day, and everything seems like normal. We set off on a normal summer's evening, and we decide we're going to play hide and seek. Now, to get to where we play, we have to walk through a bit of a swampland. I say swamp, it's not really a swamp, but it feels very similar to one. So we're walking through this, stumbling around, and finally make it to the giant tree. This is the exact tree that marks the spot where we play. So, I have to look for people unfortunately, but it's my turn, so that's fine. I hide behind this tree and start counting. I finally get to 1 and say I'm ready for you lot. And I burst out laughing when I see one of my stupid friends has literally climbed on top of the tree, hit directly above me, got caught instantly, then starts panicking that he can't get down. I help him down and I say, "You search the left side, I'm gonna go a bit deeper and find these." He says fine. To be honest, more than anything, I can't wait to tell the others how stupid he was. As I'm walking, I see something up ahead. It's a dark figure. I laugh and start sprinting up there. I stumble on the way and hurt my knee though, so I was quite annoyed about this. But by the time I get there, the figure's moved. Now I'm looking around and something feels very odd. It feels like I'm being watched, but not like in hide and seek. This is almost like a much darker, ominous presence is there. I've literally never had a feeling like it since then. So I look around when I see part of a hand. Well, it's not a hand, it's a stick that looks like a hand, but I can make out what it is in the shadows. As I get closer, I see it's holding something. I think that's really odd. I get a bit closer and realise that it's a skeleton hand. One that looks slightly degraded, like it's been there for some time. Halloween's around the corner, so I'm sure it's a Halloween prop. I hold up the piece of paper and look inside. It says run. It's not in any of my friend's handwriting. And then, to my horror, I see a shadow appear behind me. I glance back for a second, and there's two giants of men standing there in full camo gear, with smirks on their faces. I drop the paper and let out this blood-curdling scream, and I begin to sprint my way back. I end up going all the way to the tree, and to my horror, I'm met by all of my friends there, who can see how scared I am, and we all sprint all the way back home. When I get there, I explain what's happened, and my brother's so scared he starts crying, where he's younger than me. We're more scared of getting in trouble with our parents, don't even bother telling them. But looking back on it now, I really wish I'd done something more at the time, like told the authorities or something. I hate the thought that there's some twisted, mental people out there that would do something like this. God knows what their intentions were, but I can guarantee you that they weren't good. A little backstory first. I grew up in upstate New York, about 30 minutes north of Syracuse to be exact. It only made sense that I would return to my quiet little part of the world after I got out of the Marines in 2007. The only problem is that I didn't have much money. The good news is that my grandfather had an old pool behind camper that he told me I could have until I got on my own feet. So, being on my own, I decided I'd spend about a year in the pool behind on a few acres of woods that I bought from a friend of mine while I was in the Marines. Now all my taxes had been paid for the year, so the only thing I had to do was pay for gas and propane. I managed to avoid looking like a crazy mountain man by showering and washing my clothes at a local truck stop / diner, even getting a pretty decent job working security. I filled the rest of my time working odd jobs for extra cash. Alright, so for the main story. It was mid-April. I was sitting next to a nice low fire while listening to my battery-powered radio, watching nightfall in the woods. I had gotten a nice dinner at the diner down the road, so I didn't have any work for the next few days. Generally, I don't see anyone in the woods for weeks at a time, so I wasn't expecting it when I hear a scream to break the silence. I shot up, grab my shotgun, and get out of the camper and check the chamber to make sure it's loaded. I stood on the edge of a small clearing, strained my ears to listen for any sounds. It's generally hard to pinpoint sounds in the dead of night in the woods, but luckily I hear some shouting and car doors slamming, so I knew that the sounds had to be coming from the main vehicle trail a short distance from my campsite. I made my way to the trail as fast as I could in the low light, and before I get halfway there, I heard another clipped scream to my left. I could hear a rustling in the brush. I slowly made my way there, and to where I think the noise is coming from. I come out of the woods right next to a man who had a woman pinned to the ground, just standing over her. Shaking from adrenaline, I leveled the shotgun at the top of the guy, and the woman growled at him to get off. Now I'm a big guy, but I have no doubt that the shotgun was the deciding factor in this whole situation. Each of these guys easily had a solid 30 pounds of muscle on me when I was a 200-pound Marine. I ushered the two idiots back, so I was between them. The woman's now getting to her feet. It was about now I realised we have another problem. My cell phone was cheap and didn't get reception in the woods, and hers had been broken by these two sickos. There wasn't much I could do Other than march these two back to their Jeep under the threat of shotgun. I get the license number, and I'm sure it was fake, and a description of them and their vehicle. Before the driver gets in the vehicle, I lower the shotgun to his crotch and made sure he understood what a 3-inch 12 gauge shell loaded would do. They took off in one direction. Me and the woman made our way back to my campsite. We drove to the DEC station and reported it as quick as possible. It turns out that the guy I'd threatened was the young girl's now ex-boyfriend. They'd been out having a few drinks when the third wheel in the situation got a little too handsy for her liking. When she said something to her boyfriend, he basically told her to stop and get on with it for once. When she refused, the boyfriend smashed her phone and pushed her to the ground. They both pushed her into the truck and drove her deep into the woods. She had waited for them to become complacent before throwing the back door open and jumping out and taking off. Luckily, the Jeep was crap and the back door didn't lock. It was a stroke of luck that I happened to be outside when she escaped. Fast forward 7 months and that woman I helped is now my wife, and we moved into our first house using the money I saved up living in the woods. We've been married for 8 years now, and I have 2 kids, a 6-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl. I still go out to camp every year to hunt and haven't seen the Jeep or the guys again. We heard through the grapevine that they had been arrested and actually got jail time. I'm assuming they moved to a different area because I never saw them again. I'm a child of the mountains and my hometown was completely mountainous, so I spent most of my childhood running through the forests and stuff, and one event that happened when I was 10 remains unexplained. I was on top of the ridge several hundreds of feet above my house when I started hearing my biological father yelling. In a very redneck area, he had a very distinct voice with no accent, so it's not really possible to confuse him for anyone else. His voice was coming from the other side of the ridge, which is a bit weird in retrospect because nobody over that way actually lived in that area and everyone avoided everyone in there. Even when hunting, we'd go around. The train was worse to deal with, but it's what we done. He starts calling my name, so I go down there. But the voice isn't getting any closer. I start feeling dread washing over me, and I suddenly remember my father's on a trip to Germany. I've never ran so fast. I didn't realise it until I got to the other side of the ridge, but the forest had been completely silent on the other side of the ridge, which never happens unless there's predators or the wind picks up. Normally, I'd think I was just getting closer to black bear territory, but the voice obviously makes it confusing. Unlike a number of stories like this I've heard over the years, the experience didn't really stop me from going into the woods. It just made me more curious. I've never had an explanation for it since, and it kind of worries me. The closest thing I've heard it could be is like a skinwalker, but I'm not sure. It may even be a person who is trying to stalk me in, but I guess I'll never know. Hey everyone. About 2 weeks ago, I had a really scary experience and my husband didn't believe me, but last night, he had a very similar experience and now we're both wondering what we could have possibly seen. So our puppy was barking to go outside and use the bathroom. It's about 4 or 5 AM. I took him out and stood on the steps of our deck because I didn't want to get my feet wet. My dog was using the bathroom when I looked up and I see something across the yard. It was slowly walking towards me, one step at a time. Its eyes were super reflective. I thought it was a deer, but its eyes were so tall and staring at me, and it wasn't running away. I hurried the dog up and we ran inside. I have reoccurring night terrors, so at first, my husband thinks it's just that, but I was crying and shaking and could barely be spoken to. He tells me it's probably a deer, but I wasn't convinced, and I refused to take the dog out after midnight again. As for my husband's experience, it was early in the morning, about 5 AM. The dog was barking and he took him outside. Once again, my husband stood on the deck outside. He didn't have his glasses, but when he looks up, he saw something tall standing in the forest near our backyard. He said he saw it walking slowly, almost gliding. He said that the moment he made eye contact, his nose was bleeding. My husband is typically not prone to them either. He said he wanted to get a closer look but felt the need to go inside, almost like an instinct. My husband's a zookeeper. He's not really afraid of animals and can recognize many of them. I still have no idea what this is. We live in Eastern PA. This happened around the 1900s in the countryside of South Brazil. My grandmother's grandfather was coming home from a ball very late at night. He lived in a small farm, and so to come from the party place he had a long way to walk in the middle of nothing, with just trees and bushes. And well, you can imagine how the countryside of Brazil was, especially back then. He said that while he was walking, all of a sudden he heard strange noises and lights. Scared, he hid in the bushes to see what was happening. He said there were very little men speaking in a foreign language. Behind him, there was two huge plates stacked on top of another, with lights all over them. He stayed hiding and praying until they left and ran for his life. My grandmother says that she's heard this story a few times in her youth from him, and the narrative always stayed the same, with him praying after. Only after she married and moved to the big city and had children did she start to hear about these things being known as aliens and other things. Her grandfather at the time would have had no concept of aliens. After a heavy night of drinking and camping, we woke up and nobody wanted to make breakfast, so we decided to drive into town and find a diner. We're approaching where the dirt meets the pavement and come up on dozens of sheriffs backloading the road, two of which have rifles pointed towards us. We stop the truck about 40 feet from them and hear them yell over the intercom to stick our hands up now. They then instruct us to approach on foot with our hands in the air. They search my truck and find it full of loaded guns and beer. That's when they tell us that a Forest Service agent had been shot and killed nearby, and eventually let us go, but tell us our camping gear is out of bounds until the murderer is found. We didn't want to leave our camping gear and go home, so we ended up at a nearby casino, continuing partying there. A few hours later, someone in the casino says there's loads of cops outside. We go outside and there must have been 100 sheriffs, local PD everywhere. Apparently, that same murderer had stopped at the casino gas station and an officer recognized him. Then LEO drew his gun, murderer went for his and the LEO shot him dead. We went back to the camp and home the next day. I checked the newspaper articles and they made a map of where the murder happened, and it's only 200 yards away from our campsite. I have a friend who's a trail ranger. He's basically a ranger who can't get you in trouble. He told me about this time he was gathering illegally placed wildlife cameras and knocking them down and whatnot. The other ranger wasn't feeling well, so he said he was going to head back, but it's a 1-hour ATV ride. My friend finished up the last one when he hears voices. He kept in mind that he's far off the beaten path. He calls out and no one replies. As it was getting dark, he starts to head back and found his ATV won't start. He then realizes that the batteries are not connected. He reconnects it and started to drive but isn't going fast. Less than half a mile later, the whole thing died. He radioed back saying, "Hey guys, someone pick me up." They said they would do it but are gonna take an hour. He said, "Can the other guy come back?" and he said no. So he settled down, made a small fire, but heard voices again. It's dark and he's angry. The voices sound like an argument now. Someone was angry, yelling at someone else who sounded scared. He called out and said, "Does anyone need help?" The voices don't care. He thinks they're less than 1,000 feet away. He radioed again, and they said they're having trouble finding what path he'd be on, and haven't left yet. He said to them just to get another ranger there. About 3 minutes go by, and the voices start again. He decides to walk there, hoping maybe there's some drunk people that have a map. He walks in their direction, but the voices seem to be getting further away as he got closer. Finally, 20 minutes later, he gave up and walks back. He got a radio call, and they said the other guy was passed out, covered in vomit, and was taken to hospital. They don't know exactly where I come from still because he crossed off everywhere that he went. Then the radio died, and the voices came back. Bored out of his mind, he decides to listen to what they're arguing about, and picks up on things like, "Well, it wasn't yours to take, and I knew you were gonna do this, you idiot, and I don't care." His guess is that two hunters are arguing over a kill. Then he heard something intelligible. Then silence. Bang. A gunshot. He doused his fire and hid. After that he heard nothing. Just his breathing for the next half hour until he saw ATV lights. He told the guy picking him up everything and they called back. They had people looking for 3 hours but found nothing. They came back the next day with police and dogs. After about an hour, a shallow grave was found and a man who'd been shot in the head was also found. Thing was, it was a skeleton who had been there for years. So either the argument he heard was somehow from the past, or someone else got murdered recently when he was there. This happened while I was doing my army service in Switzerland. I'm not allowed to talk about exactly what we were doing there, but I'll try and keep this clear. My company has installed a huge antenna and it has to be guarded day and night. So we're on a hill, away from a city near a massive forest. It's 1800 hours and I had just started my watch of 6 hours with another soldier. Everything's fine. We smoke cigarettes and keep ourselves occupied until our night watch ends. Then, we receive a call from our superior who said that one of the soldiers that's supposed to watch hasn't come out and we have to stay for another 6 hours. So we tossed a coin to see who's going to stay from midnight till 6 AM with temperatures of -20. And of course I lost. And I had to wait for the other soldiers to come and join me for the rest of the night. They sent Jon Snow. No, I'm just kidding. They've only sent another soldier, but not the best because I knew he would sleep all night when I saw him climbing the hill with his sleeping bag. And that's what he did. He immediately took place in the tent and fell asleep. It was the coldest and longest night of my life. Nothing special about it. The weirdest part though happened in the morning. We received another call from our superior telling us that we had an NBC exercise. It means that we have to wear all-day chemical suits. The one with the gas mask and everything. I was really upset and exhausted because I wasn't able to sleep with that thing on, and sleep was my only reward for the 12-hour watch. Well, I get out of this tent, and I saw this thing that still scares me to this day. I see a woman standing next to the antenna. She wasn't moving, she was just standing there, meters from my tent. I couldn't see her face because of the sun starting to rise behind her. I knew she's a woman because she had really long hair. Remember that we're in the middle of nowhere and she's standing there, not moving like she's frozen. I start to freak out and call the other guy to see what I'm looking at. I don't know why, but he wasn't scared at all, and he told her to leave. But she didn't. She just stood there staring at us. I was confused. How could a woman ignore two soldiers in a forbidden area? I mean, we're in Switzerland. The army's not that impressive, I know, but people usually don't do this kind of thing. They would just move away, especially when it's 6 in the morning. And what she's doing in the middle of nowhere is beyond me, not dressed for cold climate. How long was she there? And how did she get there? I don't even see any footsteps. So, there's so many questions running through my head. The other soldier didn't think twice and starts walking towards her. When he almost reaches her, she starts running very fast into the forest. I see her going deep into the forest and I never see her again. I'm a really rational thinker, but I have absolutely no explanation for this. Thank God there was someone there with me, because nobody would have believed me if it was just me there at that time. My father told me a story many times when I was growing up of something that happened to him. I know he believes it to be true, and he's not a very superstitious person whatsoever. Very analytical on the other hand. My dad was 5 years old, camping with the Boy Scout troop. They sent everyone for firewood. It was dusk, so he went off on his own and a little further than the other kids. He wanted to gather more firewood than anyone else. He got far enough away that nobody else had picked through the fallen wood and started gathering. Along his way, he went until he almost stepped on a tiny tribe of Indians, moving around a fire, dancing. He said they were tiny, and they didn't pay him any attention as he crouched down to look at them. He ran over to go and tell his friends, but by the time he come back, they're all gone. He said he's never seen anything like it in his life, and he was sure someone was playing a prank on him, but how? How could somebody make a prank look that real? I live near a very large, very popular national park. Locals here, like myself, are pretty aware of the goings on here. Strange sounds, weird creatures, and strange disappearances. I've dealt with these in my past times and hikes, and even just relaxing in the park. Here's one that still freaks me out to this day. I was at my grandma's house that's deep in the Bonnies, and the only road there is a gravel road that's washed away. Without a good car, you're not getting anywhere. My cousins lived in a trailer with their mums, right below my grandma's. We played all sorts of games, which mainly involved me getting chased, being the youngest. My grandma was in hospital with my aunt, so our oldest cousin, who I'll call Dee, had to watch us. Dee was, and still is, the only cousin that's older than us that we still hold in high regards. He would mess with us and play around, but actually cared about us. The whole day we were playing around, but we would usually play more at night, like hide and seek, etc. We'd been playing pretty far away from the house and it was starting to get dark. We decided to go back to the house and grab flashlights and play manhunt. Of course, I was the one being hunted. So I ran pretty far into the woods on the other side of the property, hiding behind a log. I heard my cousins getting closer, so I ran and they saw me. We ended up running to the very back of the property line, and we saw my cousin D. He looked at us and kinda growled. We all run from him, thinking it's a game. We ran back to the gravel road when we saw him walk out of the tree line, but he did in a weird way, gloatingly in fact. We ran into the house and decided to barricade the door to play a prank on him. We moved a couple of things in front of the door, but decided to move the big coffee table in front of it too. As we loudly scooted the table, they come into the living room from the bedroom. We had obviously woke him up, and we said we saw him chasing us, and he got wide-eyed. He said stay in the bedroom. We sat in the bedroom for about 20 minutes, and he come in and told us not to worry, that he's just scaring us. It wasn't until 4 years later, when I was 13, he told me the truth. He's pretty certain that it was a skinwalker. He told me he's dealt with it before and was terrified it hunted us, and he was too scared to tell me at the time because I'd get worried. So with a few fraternity brothers and I are backpacking in the Nafala National Park and met some guys. They're locals. I mean, not local hangout bros, but local backwoods people who lived there for generations, hate the government and society types. These are guys that have apparently been helping Eric Rudolph, the Olympic bomber, hide in the national forest by supplying him with food drops. Really weird drunken conversations. They actually took us to one of the hideout drop-off caves. They were too serious, and that's the whole reason that I hated this. They trusted us because some things were said to make them think we're of a similar mindset. Anyway, we parted ways. Spent a few days trying to figure out if it is all lies or not. And that same week, they call Eric Rudolph in the dumpster of a Piggy Wiggly 3 miles from where we met the guys. Every single thing these guys said matched up with the news story. We gave them the bottle of Jack even. They said they'd give it to Eric. Creepy as hell. Hauntingly terrifying in retrospect. So when I was about 5 years old, I was at my sister's graduation party. My father had rented out a pavilion at a heavy wooded area of Country Park. I ended up following some kids throughout the forest, and after a while, I realised I wandered too far from the pavilion and started heading back. I remember not being able to find my way back and ended up being lost for around an hour. As I was walking, a man dressed in white from head to toe appeared to me. He said his name was John. I explained to him that I was lost and told him where my family was. I remember him accompanying me throughout the woods, and he had a very comforting presence about him. After a while, I remembered hearing my uncles calling for me from a distance. I turned to tell John that that's my uncle, but he was gone. I turned the other way, and there was my uncle. I'm 30 now, but can't help wonder exactly what John was and what the meaning of all of this was. I guess I'll write what happened in chronological order. To preface this, I should mention that all of this took place back on my reservation. I'm from Algonquin First Nation from Canada. Another thing I should mention is that on the res, traditional beliefs and legends of the paranormal are still a big part of our community. The attitude of most people towards the paranormal is one of assurance. To us, the paranormal is a regular part of our life. We believe in a spirit world, and we believe that sometimes these beings can cross over from their world to ours. Well, I tell paranormal stories to my non-native friends. They're always in disbelief of what I tell them, but they've had no paranormal experiences, unlike me having a bunch. And most everyone I know on the res has had one. I don't really care to explain it, but it is what it is. Anyway, here's the story. This happened in the fall of 2011 when I was 16 years old. I was living in a nearby city with my mum, so I can get a better education than the one I can get at home. But we'd go back every single week to see my dad and little brother. One Friday, during the drive back home, I got a text from a friend of mine. She told me about a party that was happening that night, and she said to me, when am I going to be home so they can pick me up? I gave her a time, and that was that. When we got home, as soon as we stepped inside the house, I see my dad and cousins sitting at the kitchen table drinking. They're both cops on the res, so usually beers with his partner on a Friday evening happens. Means that they had a particularly tough week at work though. Typically, the toughest cases they deal with are ones around children. So a part of me felt sad immediately that something bad's happened. They both look tired and drained, but they're happy to see us. We say our greetings, catch up a little, and my dad asks me if I have any plans. I tell him about the party and where it'll be, and he and our cousin share a weird look. Why are you guys making that face? Did something happen? I say. I dunno, should we tell her? My cousin said, looking at my dad. He laughed and said, yeah, we probably should, because I'm gonna have to be going to a cottage pretty deep in the woods later that evening. They start off by saying the first strange call they get is on a Monday night. There's an elderly woman saying that there's people outside of her home knocking on all of her windows. She can't see anyone, but there must have been at least 3 people, judging by all the different locations of the knocking. They arrive at the woman's home, inspect all around the house, even the woods, but find nothing. They tell her that it's probably some teenagers playing tricks on her, but sadly there's nothing they can do really, besides patrol the area in case they come back. On Wednesday night, the same woman called again with the same problem. It had been raining that day too, and there was mud everywhere, so they figure at least they're gonna know where they went. But they don't find a thing. This is when they start feeling like something is off, because one of the windows where the woman was, she's adamant that there was someone there, but it's completely impossible to get there without going through a huge puddle. This is when they start to think she's lying, but they just told her the same thing they told her friend a few nights prior. By Thursday night, everyone on the res had been talking about these strange experiences. It turns out that she wasn't the only one experiencing it. She was just the one to call. I mean, all of this is taking place on a res, so it wasn't long before people were linking it to the supernatural. My dad still wasn't sure if it's just a group of teens playing a prank on people, but they get another call from the same woman for the same reason. They rush over there, but are met with the same situation, except this time, the neighbour walked over looking pale as a ghost. That's saying something for him. He says, "Is this about the knock-in?" They notice he's a little shaky. "Yeah." "Did you see something?" they ask him, and he nods and said, "You guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but yeah." And he goes on to explain what he saw. He said he stepped out for a cigarette on his front porch when he heard knocking. He looked around to see where it's coming from, and when he looked to his neighbour's house, he saw it. There's a black figure standing outside of the woman's window. The same one with the puddle, looking at her home. He said it looked humanoid in stature, but completely made out of a shadow. You could tell it was something solid-ish, but you cannot make out any features on it. He stared at it completely in shock, and watched that thing as it knocked a couple of times, then darted around the house knocking on every window, moving so quick it's like a blur, and it went around the house a few times. The man ran across the road into the tree line, behind one tree in particular. The man was frozen but couldn't look away. It then leaned out from behind the tree, staring directly at him with yellow eyes that reflected the light similar to a cat's, and then it smiled, showing its small but numerous pointed sharp teeth. "I almost had a heart attack," he said while it happened. Fast forward to Friday. Stories are being exchanged all over the res about sightings and experiences people are having. On top of that, multiple people are experiencing the knock-in. There's also quite a few sightings with everyone describing the creature in the same way. One woman was bringing her trash to the side of the road, and she thought she saw the woman somewhere in her peripheral vision standing near the trees. She walks back up the driveway and into her home, feeling as though she's being watched. Right before she's about to open her door to go back inside to her home, she looked back and saw two reflective yellow eyes staring at her from the trees, saying it's about 5 feet above the ground. Another couple was driving at night and said they saw a humanoid figure too. "You sure you still want to go to that party?" my dad asked. But my friends were already pulling into the driveway. I gave my family hugs and kisses goodbye, and they told me to be careful, but I felt fine. A common belief among native people is that negative energy attracts negative energy. Therefore, an evil spirit will draw to people with unresolved issues, traumas, and sinners, I suppose. If you're someone who's spiritual, self-aware, and basically a good person, you're pretty good. So I get to the party, and within 20 minutes, the conversation shifts towards the paranormal experiences everyone's having. I'm really curious about what everyone has to say, because they have stories that I haven't heard yet, but my friend, being 17 and all, couldn't hold her alcohol very well, and was crying about how she wishes she was closer with her brother. I'm trying to make her feel better while listening to everyone else's stories. One of the people from the party was related to the neighbour of the woman who was calling the police. The experience really shook him up, and my friend was just explaining everything that was going on. For one, he smudged his entire home, which is something people do for extra protection from the paranormal. He also went on multiple visits to the elders around the community asking for advice. What we do know about paranormal experiences on the res is that they don't happen as much as they used to. If you talk to one of our elders, they'll have endless stories and even more advice to give about how to protect yourself. One of the explanations that was given to us is that the shadow guy is evidence that someone was doing unauthorized shaky tent ceremony. If you don't know what that is, it's basically like an Ouija board session that takes place inside of a tent. People stand around the tent while the medicine man or medicine woman goes inside asking questions. The tent begins to shake and you hear voices of the spirits coming through. I've never personally been to one because we haven't had a good enough reason to make one, but typically our ancestors use shaken tent ceremonies when they're starving in the dead of winter and need some direction on where the nearest food is. My mum's been to one. Her story's crazy. She described hearing multiple men and women only speak in native tongue, and they're upset that people were doing a shaken tent ceremony when they're not on the verge of death. The people there had to explain that they're only doing the ceremony to prove that it was real, as we'd been losing our culture as a result of residential schools. But the spirits are angry, saying that the bridge between the two worlds should never be opened unless necessary, because you don't know who you're talking to. It could be evil spirits. You don't know. Anyway, the elders told him that this spirit crossed over into our world because of a shaken tent ceremony. Someone on the res has been doing them without consultation of the elders, so we start thinking about who would do that without the proper guidance and so. Then, two of the drunkest dudes say, "Oh, I'm not scared. That thing can't do anything," basically egging it all on, and we're all looking at each other like, why would you disrespect an evil spirit? That's exactly how it's attracted to you. And that's when I decided to leave the sunroom where everyone's hanging out. I went to the living room to console my drunk crying friend when I noticed the rocking chair outside of the porch moving. I slowly moved away, refusing to make direct eye contact, but I do in my peripheral vision. Anyway, I'm inside the cottage and I keep seeing this rocking chair moving back and forth. But another thing we've raised to do in our culture is to ignore paranormal. Spirits feed on energy people give towards them, so if you freak out, if you get angry, if you start crying or yell at it, that's exactly what it wants. It thrives on energy of any kind. So while I knew something messed up was happening, I wasn't about to pay attention. 5 minutes now go by and I still see it out the corner of my eye. That's when my friend screams, and she runs on the other side of the sunroom. My other friend, too, sprints to the girl, number 1, who's sitting, and busts through the French doors onto the balcony. All of this happens in a split second, but I immediately go to the patio and ask what's going on. Girl 1 is crying on the couch with friends all around her. She claims to have seen the spirit. She said she was listening to the boys talk about the spirit when she saw boy 2's face as he was looking onto the balcony behind her. She turned around to see what he's looking at, and directly on the other side of the window was the shadow spirit on the rocking chair smiling at her, literally 3 feet away from her. That's when boy 2 sprinted towards it and burst through the French doors. I walk outside to find boy 2, and he's on the lawn, staring into the woods. I call his name and he looks up. All he says is, "Get everyone inside," and the tone of his voice makes me scared. I get all of us inside the cottage. This is when the phrase, "Come at me, bro," was gaining popularity. So you can imagine the drunk kid yelling that into the woods. It's terrible. I eventually get everyone inside. Boy 2 comes inside and tells everyone to clean up and that we should leave as soon as possible. Everyone has trash bags and we're clearing away the beer cans and whatever. Everyone goes inside the cottage and it's only me and boy 2 in the sunroom now. I look to him for answers and he says, "It's outside." I nod and start cleaning faster. The sooner we're out of here, the sooner we get away from that thing. As we're cleaning in the sunroom, we hear knocking on multiple windows. The entire sunroom's made of glass, but it's dark out, so you can't even see. And he says ignore it. I'm really scared now. Within 2 seconds, someone comes running out of the bathroom and says, "I'll kill whoever's knocking on the bathroom window." But everyone's accounted for. Someone else comes running out of the bedroom saying that there was knocking on the window as well. Everyone's freaking out, and me and boy 2 and our one other friend are the only sober ones now trying to calm people. We get the place clean and get outside and to the cars immediately. Everyone's getting into the trucks and I'm standing there. The guy looks relaxed, then all of a sudden looks worried and shoves me inside his truck. We peel out of there quick. A few days later, I end up hanging out with boy 2 and he tells me the story from his perspective. He said that when the boys started talking about the spirit, it appeared on the rocking chair behind girl 1. He said he made eye contact with it but couldn't look away. They were staring at each other, and that's when girl 1 and boy 2's expression changed. He said it was instinct to defend the people he's with and ran towards it. He said that the feeling he was getting from the cockgee was almost like daring him to do something. He said the second he got up, the cockgee stood up and ran into the woods, disappearing into a blur of the tree line. Boy 2 ran off the porch, looking around the lawn, when he saw it standing there, right next to the woods. It was smiling at him, and he heard it mocking him, calling his name, then disappearing. He didn't see it again until everyone was getting inside the trucks, which explains why he suddenly pushed me inside. He said it was standing on the far end of the truck, super close to us. Later that night, when he dropped everyone off, they realized that they never locked the doors. So he went back to the cottage, but his friend was too scared to go in, so he goes in on his own. But the second he opens the door, he sees that thing standing inside. He locks the door as quick as he can, and they peel out of there. The sightings continued for a few days after that. We definitely weren't the only people on the res to have them kind of experiences. It was the talk of the res. Everyone was curious about what happened. Would it come back? What was it? All I know is that it terrified us, and it's 2018 now, and no one else has seen anything like it since. My husband and I live in central Virginia. This particular part of the state is where Virginia's western mountains just begin rising up from the ground. We live in a rural area. In total, there are 4 houses on our road, and 4 on another road directly behind ours which run parallel. All of these properties sit on at least 2 acres. 2 of them are situated on 5+ acres, so lots of space. Other than these 8 homes, the surrounding area is heavily wooded, but there are a number of footpaths winding through the surrounding woods. The main path is a loop that mends around or through the 8 properties with smaller trails veering off of it. Most of these offshoot trails are reconnected in the loop, but some just end. Others, however, continue deeper to the forest. When we moved in 5 years ago, we thought the paths would be perfect for our dog walkers, to use them when she came to let our dogs out during the week. Diane was excited to learn about the paths. She's outdoorsy to begin with, and also lives in a rural area, so her comfort level walking the paths was high. I worked from home one day, but Diane come to walk the dogs anyway because I wasn't sure I'd have a solid break in order to do so. When she arrived, we waved a quick hello to one another, but she knew I was busy, so she leashes up the dogs and headed out. 30 minutes later I took a quick break and was there to greet Diane and the other dogs at the back door. I asked her how the walk went, and she told me about what she found in the woods that day. There was a path she noticed prior to this particular day she had never taken but planned to do so at some point. She noted it was significantly less worn than some of the other trails and assumed this may have been because it is a deeper trail, but wasn't sure. From the main path looking through the trees, she said you could tell this trail eventually reached what looked like a small clearing deeper in the woods. Deciding today was the day, she just headed down the path with the dogs trotting alongside her. The dogs reached a clearing first and stopped. They were focused on something in front of them she couldn't yet see. She reaches the entrance to the clearing and lifted her gaze in the same direction as the dogs, and said the hair on the back of her neck immediately rose. Centered in the clearing was Stump. A few inches from the base there stood perfectly spaced rings of animal skulls. Deers, cows, rabbits, birds and others, some of which she couldn't even identify. On the top of the stump more skulls are arranged, one on top of the other, also in ring formation. She said this arrangement looked like it must have taken hours, being close to 2 feet in height. In some places, rocks or sticks were placed to ensure every skull was properly supported. Diane's reactions kicked in, and she bolts back to the trail, and then to the home as fast as possible. It's not unusual for my neighbours to hunt. My husband and I frequently hear gunshots on the weekends, especially during hunter's season. Neither of us hunt, so I asked my friend's husband, who has hunted here in his entire life, if something was going on. He said he knew nothing, though, and was as confused as we were. I'm getting kind of worried. I mean, there could potentially be a psychopath or cult out there, really close to where I live. From roughly 2000 to 2005, I lived on the south edge of Northern Virginia. This was a rural area with houses set far apart from each other, surrounded by fairly dense woods. There was a phenomenon that I came to call the woods walkers. Due to insomnia, I had a bad tendency to stay up very late at night, sometimes all the way until dawn. I literally did that yesterday. Frequently I'd leave the window partially open all night to let in a cool breeze. On some occasions late at night, or after midnight, I'd hear something loudly crashing through the woods behind the house. It always sounded like a large man staggering drunkenly through the woods, always along the same path from the same direction down towards the Bull Run River. The leaves would be rustling very loudly, as if a large person was carelessly dragging their feet along the ground. Branches would be snapping as if the person was lunching blindly through the forest. I couldn't tell if it was one person or several, but the passing through the woods always created an alarming amount of noise. I came to expect to hear the woods walkers every 2 weeks or so. After a while, whenever I heard the noise of the wood walkers, I would peer out of the window trying to discern who or what would be making all the sounds at such a late hour. I never saw a thing, no outlines of figures nor a glow from a flashlight or cigarette. The really strange thing about this is that the apparent path they were traversing came from nowhere and went nowhere. They just stumbled through the woods, apparently tearing their own path through the wilderness, going deeper into the woods. It's also bizarre that they would go crashing deep through the woods at 2 or 3 a.m. when it's literally pitch black without a source of light. It seems impossible to me that anybody could find their way through the woods in the dark like that. On one particular occasion, I heard the woodwalkers behind the house. Then I heard a bunch of gunshots from directly behind it. It sounded to me like a handgun, maybe a 9mm or a .38 special. The next morning I wandered around the edge of the yard searching for expended brass, but didn't find anything. I found no traces or signs of anyone, in fact. In the days after the gunshots, I became increasingly determined to solve the strange mystery of the woods walkers. I put a flashlight on the small dresser by my door. I patiently waited night after night to hear the woodwalkers come staggering through the woods, and sure enough, one night I heard the familiar sound of something crashing eerie and slowly through the woods behind the home. I leap up and rush to gather the things I need to carry outside with me as I went to confront whatever it was passing through the woods. I frantically pulled off my sweatpants and put on my jeans, searched for my keychain, then unlocked the lunchbox where I keep my pistol. Loaded the ammunition to the pistol and tucked it into my belt. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly descended to my basement, then out to the back door into the backyard. It took me far too long to get outside. Now, by the time I cautiously strode out under the moonlight, I could hear noisy movements of the woodwalkers reaching the distance. I walked slowly and stealthily over to the edge of the woods and pulled out my pistol from my belt. I crept soundlessly down the hill into the dark woods. I positioned myself behind a large tree in case the woodwalkers carried firearms. I peered warily in the direction of the sound. My eyes are strained to see whatever's out there, but I discerned nothing through the shadowy branches of the forest. After a while I point my flashlight towards the direction of the noise and turn it on. My night vision was instantly ruined by the reflection of the light from the tangled mass of trees and branches. I turned the light off and listened to the sound of the woodwalkers fade away. I went back inside in defeat. To this day, I have no idea what they were or why they targeted me. I took a gap semester a couple of years ago and decided that I should take a road trip with a buddy who was also taking a semester off from school. We're from the Midwest and planned our trip to take a big circle from Ohio to LA, up to Portland and back home again. We're outdoorsy guys, so we knew we're trying to hit some wilderness along the way. So we're about a month into the trip and leaving Portland, where we are taking a break from camping every night while on the road. Itching to get back on the road and into the wilderness, my buddy finds that the hike looks interesting. It was an abandoned railroad about 2 hours east of Portland. He found the GPS coordinates on some site and said that there's an abandoned railway with a couple of tunnels and a massive trestle bridge that spanned huge gorges. It sounded really cool. So we drive my Volvo station wagon towards the coordinates. If you've ever been to Oregon, it's beautiful, foggy, never-ending views of thick pine forests. The type of place that you can barely see 20 feet in any direction because of the density of the trees. For the last hour of this 2-hour drive, we're driving on dirt logging roads, haven't passed a single car or seen any sign of life since turning off a rural highway. It was creepy, endlessly dark. Stop. I hit the brakes. My buddy squinting at his phone. Looks like we're at the coordinates. I pull off to the side of the one-lane road and put the Volvo in park. The dense trees are still all around us, but I can barely see up ahead, and there is a linear gap in the canopy. I guess that's the railroad. We hop out of the car and I load up my day pack with my camera, headlamp, water, pepper spray, knife. After second thought, I put the knife in my pocket. The railroad's been abandoned for about 50 years. This means that while you can still see the tracks while standing on them, thick brush has filled it in entirety. It is nearly filled in the space between the rails except for a foot-wide path that has been maintained by elk, deer and bears. I notice my buddy is also looking at a private property sign. This is fading into a tree. He looks at me and I shrug and we start walking. The tracks are dead straight. This means that we can see a couple 100 yards down the center of this valley tunnel of vegetation, as if I'm in a very narrow alley that never ends. To either side, I can hardly see 10 feet in front of me. We walk and walk. Honestly a boring hike considering there's no view and it was dead straight. But we continue. We know the tunnel's ahead. I kept myself busy trying to pace my stride with each railroad tire. Step after step, we walk about 3 miles away from the car, into the woods. Suddenly I stop and my body bumps into my backpack. I had just looked up from my feet and was staring into a looming tunnel ahead of us, covered in moss. The entrance surrounded a black hole that went right into the mountainside. Again we shrug and turned on our headlamps before going in. Graffiti covered everything that wasn't moss, and moss was straight up covering the areas that are covered by graffiti. Our headlamps are dimly lit, but we can see walls covered with graffiti. I stare eye to eye with a 20-foot wide mummy. Now I can barely see my hand in front of my face because of the darkness, and we couldn't yet see the end of the tunnel. Drips of water echo off the walls and my buddy and I quickly walked down the track in silence. I had my knife out on my side. I was relieved to get out. From the exit of the tunnel, I could already see a massive gorge up ahead. The tracks went across the bridge that screamed PNW. It was easy to forget about the creepiness of the tunnel, and I looked forward to busting out my camera. Once I set foot on the bridge, I realized the danger of crossing something that hadn't been maintained in 50 years. The wood was clearly aged and rotten in some places, but the view's incredible. We balanced on the steel tracks and walked over to the center of the trestle, where we could see the river 500 feet below us. Horrible logging scarred the mountainsides along the gorge. I noticed a place where the boards had broken through. I hope nobody's fallen. Instead of turning back after getting some good shots, we keep going. The sun was getting into late afternoon now, and was blocked by the steep mountains around us. We quickly walked off the bridge and back into the green tunnel, but for some reason, I started having second thoughts. I don't know why or where they came from, but I slow my pace and start thinking about how can I ask my buddy to turn around. Before I was going to turn around and ask Nate, I glanced up ahead at the tracks. Directly ahead, about 200 yards away, someone's eyes are looking at me. I stop in my tracks and feel a cold rush to my hands and head. The person staring has stopped now. I see another man's head poke around. It's two of them, I whisper to Nate. Slowly we start walking down the green tunnel towards the men. They're walking towards us. As we get closer, I walk faster out of fear. Bouncing on my man's chest is a large bush knife. He's wearing filthy clothes, has a long matted beard, and has not broken eye contact. A revolver is tucked into his pants, and he's carrying a rifle with a magazine. At this point, it's too late to turn back, and I realise that my buddy and I are gonna have to squeeze by these men through the narrow gap between the tracks. The brush is pulling up my sleeves. How's it going? I ask nervously as I squeeze by the men holding eye contact. I count 4 guns and the stench of body odour. I'm unsettled by the way these guys look. I got a gut feeling I've never felt before. They say nothing can go past us. I kept hurrying away. And before I know, they're out of sight when I look behind me past Nate. I turn to Nate and give him my what the hell look. After walking silently for 10 minutes, we stop. I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to walk deeper in, but I also didn't want to walk back towards where the creepy dudes are going. Suddenly loud moaning and shrieks start coming from the dense woods off to the side. It sounded like it's 100 yards away. It doesn't sound human, but it sounds like it's in agony. This is the final straw. We bolt back towards the car. I'm no runner, but we ran over the bridge like my life depended on it. Through the black tunnel and through the endless green that surrounds us. Finally I see the logging road up ahead where the car's parked. I stop running where I hear a truck idling. I can start to see it through the brush. A big old F330 lifted pickup truck idling behind my car. The station wagon looks comically small in comparison. I can see the 2 men sitting in the truck with the doors open and guns out staring at us waiting. Nate and I both shrug to each other, but this time with fear in our eyes. Just get in the car, I scream. We hop in, and I stare at the men in the rearview mirror. We wait. My heart is pounding. Are they gonna kill us? I think they might do. I grab the knife and pepper spray. After waiting for what feels like an hour, the men haven't taken their eyes off of us and we can't back up given how close they are. I notice a fairly solid looking shoulder to the side of the road on my right, and I decide to try and pull in to do a quick U-turn to get away, so that's what I did. Turned the wheel all the way and floored it. Thankfully my car made the turn and was able to clear the back of the truck. We drove as fast as we could down the logging road in silence. No truck behind us. Dust pluming as we ride away. I drive all the way back to Idaho that night and had my eye on the rearview mirror the whole time. So this happened last year in Virginia, and is also the reason I never backpack alone anymore. I was talking to one of my friends and ended up taking a summer course at the time, and we ended up with a 3-day weekend in June, so I thought it was a great time to go and explore some of the Virginia wilderness and all. I did a Google search and found a state park with a trail that looked nice and let my roommate and family know that I'm gonna be going on a certain trail. When I got close to the park area, I saw a little outdoor shop where people liked hiking the Appalachian Trail stop. I went in to grab a map of the area just in case I get lost. As I was talking to the owner, he mentioned a trail that's not very well known but has a pretty cool waterfall and swimming hole. This piqued my interest, so I showed him my map and he pointed to where it was. It took me outside the state park, but he said it's a great place to go. I paid for the map and thanked the owner. I texted my roommate and parents about the trail, and I parked my car and set off for the adventure. I should note that the waterfall was going to be a side trip from my journey. I was planning 3 days and 2 nights. I started on the Appalachian Trail and it was pretty packed with people, and some of them were really fun to talk to. As expected, as I got further and further from the main trails, I see less and less people. Around early afternoon, 3 miles from my destination, I noticed it was unnaturally silent. No birds, no bugs, not even wind. I had a feeling of being watched. I shook it off as me overanalyzing the situation. I got to the waterfall and it wasn't too spectacular, but it was cool to look at. Plus it had a good sized area to swim in, so naturally I stripped down to my bare minimum and went swimming. It was pretty refreshing. As I was getting my clothes back on, I started whistling to myself. That's when I heard something whistle the same tune back. I thought it's a bird copying me, so I went back and forth with it, and it will repeat whatever I whistled. I thought it was pretty neat. As I was setting up camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, and again, I'd get goosebumps and my hairs would stand up. As night fell, I built a small fire and lit my jet boil to make dinner. As I did so, I became hyper aware that I was being watched or that something was wrong. I then realized that there was no sound, only deafening silence. Some part of my brain was telling me that I'm not safe and to leave. I just ignored it and crawled into my tent with my flashlight and book. I went to sleep without incident. When I woke up the next morning, my sight was trashed. My camp stool was nowhere to be found. My bear bag with my food was cut down and the contents were thrown across the site. Now my first thoughts are that a crafty animal has actually chewed through the rope and got to the bag, but I look at the rope and it was cut with something very sharp. Plus none of the food was touched. I also noticed bare footprints around my campsite. Keep in mind I'm at least 6 to 8 miles from a road. As I was looking at the mess, I heard a branch snap off in the distance. I turned to look and see nothing. I look again. I still see nothing, but I heard whistling again. The same whistle from yesterday, but it was different. It sounded more sinister. It made my hair stand up on the back of my neck, and this is when I listened to my instincts to get out of there. It sounded like it was a little off in the distance, so I packed up as fast as I could. The whistle got closer as I finished stuffing the tent into my bag. It didn't bother me that I wasn't putting stuff away properly. The whistling was constant and sounded like it was coming from all directions. I got fed up with the whistling and yelled into the woods, "Shut up and do what you want." It stopped whistling and it gone back to being quiet for a moment. Then it repeated in my voice. It sounded like me but distorted, like coming from an old TV. After I heard this, I immediately threw my pack on and ran the direction I came. I heard it moving just behind me, fast, switching and whistling in my voice. I felt like it was toying with me, not coming too close, but not being too far. Eventually it sounded like it got further and further away from me when it suddenly stopped. When it stopped, I stopped and turned around. I wished I didn't because I heard the most bone-chilling screech I've ever heard coming from right next to me. That's when I started running back. Less than half a mile into the run, I see a couple that was also backpacking. They saw the look of terror on my face. They asked me what's wrong, and saying who is screaming and if I'm okay. I tell them what happened, and they decide not to go down there, or where I just come from. We moved to a more populated area of the trail. As soon as I got back to my car, I drove to the park ranger station reporting what happened. Since the site was off of their area, they couldn't even do anything. The ranger station parking lot ran right up to the woods. When I was getting into my Jeep, I heard the Chill Bill tune coming from the woods just in front of me. I never drove so fast in my life. When I told my roommate why I was back, he said you should never go there alone again. The weirdest thing that ever happened to me was one day while I was backpacking through the woods. I can remember I went to lean up against a tree and stop for a moment. There was a huge tree I was leaning against. As I do so, I hear someone scream my name. I look around and it's coming from in front of me. I get up and immediately run towards the area, thinking maybe someone I know is in trouble. Just as I do, I hear the loudest crash behind me that I've ever heard in my life, and to my disbelief, the entire tree that I was just leaning on has come down directly where I was sitting. I don't really believe in the supernatural, but I'm sure my guardian angel was there with me. Every summer or so, my family travels up north to our friend's property. Father's old boss, to be exact. He lives on a rather large 80 acres of Washington woods, half of which is his gold mining operation consisting of many old machines and gigs. The other half, dense thick woods, unoccupied and closed off to the public. Curiosity and integrity brought both of us together. We do lots of hikes on the property where it's unkept and overgrown, just to see what's there. After all, nature is wildly beautiful. One warm day we began the uphill hike to explore the woods, only to come across a trail that looked rather frequented, even being at quite a high altitude in the middle of nowhere. Following the trail, we stumbled across lots of old tools left behind by miners on the way back. Then we saw cabins, not one, not two, but three. These cabins were nearly collapsed and very old. Fears and dangers aside, we had to explore them, of course. While going in one at the time, we stepped into a very surreal world. Old bottles, bed frames and vintage stoves, probably all from the late 18 to 1900s. One of the old cabins, unfortunately, was far too unstable to look in. The experience as a whole was like stepping back 100 years and seeing how these men worked hand and foot for gold, leaving all of this stuff behind. Another experience on this property was of seeing the aftermath of one of America's most disturbing times, slavery. Near our campsite lay thousands, and I don't exaggerate, thousands and thousands of boulders, each weighing 100 pounds. The owner of the property tells me that many years ago, in the early days, hundreds of Chinese slaves were forced to move these boulders from dig sites around the property, all converting to one spot. While to you, I'm sure it does not sound that creepy, but the emotional gravity you experience while standing on a mountain of boulders easily 20 feet tall that someone's forced to move and make by hand is not something I want to convey accurately. I do camp on his site often despite the multiple hour drive, and every time I pass those damn rocks I'm hit with heavy feelings of sad emotions. I had recently discovered that I really enjoy driving the slew of back roads that twist and wind through the hills around the Blue Ridge Parkway. One particular stretch nearing the Blind Rock and Bone has about 18 miles of unbroken mountain driving. It's such a noodle spill. It takes a good 45 minutes to navigate through the switchback. I don't know why they described it that way. One morning, I was out on a sunrise drive along that particular stretch. Keep in mind that the sides of this 2-lane road are a rock face to one side and a sheer drop to the other. There's very limited opportunities to turn around in the entire 18-mile stretch. If you're forced to turn back, it's a pretty risky 3-point turn, and there's no pulling off to the side and whipping around real quick. Well, I was about 6 miles in. It's about 6:30 AM and I hadn't seen another soul out driving the back roads to this day. As my tendencies lean, I was tearing through the curves about as fast as I can manage without risk. Out of nowhere, a black Cadillac rolls up. I didn't see it come up behind me, it was just kind of there. I'm already breaknecking down this road and he's down on me. The windows are tinted very dark, so I decide to pull off along the cliffside and let the vehicle pass. As it did, I could see nothing of the occupants. That's when I noticed the plates. The numbers looked as though they're changing, like a digital clock gone haywire, and that's if you can call it that. I didn't recognize a single character that was blipping in and out. I sat there for a second and gained my composure. It didn't seem right, but I figured maybe it's just a trick of early morning fog lights. I got back on the road and began to drive. Not a mile later, a black Cadillac comes once again roaring up behind me. It had the same blacked out windows, same everything, right down to the flickering license plate, but it could not be the same one. I would have definitely seen it turn around to get behind me, but this is different, yet fully identical to the first. At this point, I'm just confused more than anything. Stranger things happen than this, so I let it pass and proceed onwards. About a mile later, I see it appear in my rear view, and I mean appear as if I wished it into existence. It was suddenly just there, identical to the first. It happened twice more that drive, and I've never seen anything like it since. I have this thing when I'm sleeping in the wilderness, like if bears or predatory animals are near or watching me, I sense it, first like a dream, but more of an intense awareness that wakes me up. I felt this thing watching me as I woke up and saw it. It took the form of the lady that was camping in the same campground, but it wasn't her. It wasn't human at all. And it had this horrible, evil, hungry, almost grinning expression that is difficult to describe. It was just staring at me, and I just felt like it wanted in. It wanted me bad. As this was happening, I realized my friend's awake. I was just starting out on the trip when I heard him say from behind me, "Can I help you?" I look over and he was starting to stand up with a knife, looking in the same direction as the thing. At that moment I was like, oh god, it's real. I was looking like, dude, what the hell's going on? But he says nothing. He said, go back to sleep. I lie awake until the sun comes up. He didn't really want to talk about it, but he finally told me he heard this huge heavy stomp coming towards our tents with chains, and when he got up, he looked at whatever this thing was, and it's sort of a luminous whitish hazy figure. When he confronted it, it vanished. This happened on the Green River in western Washington. This site was an old mining town back in the 1800s, and there was an explosion caused by a miner that went crazy and purposely set the mine on fire with hundreds of miners inside. Now, I didn't learn about the history of the place until after I'd already went there. The Green River serial killer was also active at the time I was camping there. So this story was told to me by a childhood friend's dad. Me and my friends had known each other for quite some time. Most of the time he lived in town. This is an 8,000 populated town, literally in the dead center of Illinois. On the edge of town, on a country highway, there's a remnants of a small pig farm and slaughterhouse which is now run down, the land of which his family used to hunt on in the 80s. Cue our 8th grade year, and he tells me he's moving out of the country to a new neighborhood that is being built, upscale homes. His dad has been promoted at the local power plant. That's a mile from the slaughterhouse. I started staying out at his gas much more than usual because, well, it's awesome. Lots of money went into it. We would explore the woods during the day. This was in about 98 and 99. We'd then spend our nights listening to music and messing with the Yahoo group chats. Anyway, one day out in the woods we come across a pond of decent size, and there's an island in the middle. My friend sees this and immediately goes pal, tells me we gotta go and hightails it without telling me why. I keep asking him what's going on, but he won't answer me. We finally get back to his house and his parents are settling in. We then come through the garage. They see his face and ask what's wrong, and he tells his dad he found the pond. His dad looks sick, and again I say, what's going on? Now, his dad is pretty straightforward, not really a sense of humour kind of guy either, and would only enjoy a glass of expensive whiskey in the mood. He decides now is one of those moods. After getting his glass and taking a sip, he makes us promise to stay away from there, telling us his story. When he was younger, his dad took him and his brother to hunt out there. This incident happened when he's about 19 and well seasoned. They got out there early and decided to set up by his pond. Slow day, only a couple of deer that weren't worth seeing. Started to get the idea of going to a new spot. They then hear a rustling from outside the pond across from them. It's a wolf. But those aren't here. Not a thing in our area. At least not capable of walking to the pond. Looking at it while investigating, it stands up on its hind legs. It walks back the way it come into the water, swim into the middle, but walked up to the island now, again on its legs, standing up before lying down and appearing to fall asleep. They decide to wait to make sure it was out, then slowly back out, getting back to the truck as quick as possible, never going back there to hunt again. Again, this was told to me quite some time ago, but it's always stuck with me. My friend's dad never joked with us. He never seemed to have much of a sense of humour at all, never scared of anything, and never made another person laugh. It really terrified me, seeing everybody look so scared when I had no idea what was going on. A few years ago, my friends and I went on a 45-mile 3-night kayaking trip down the Green River in Kentucky, which runs above the Mammoth Cave system. the world's longest known cave system with more than 400 miles of passages. We brought everything we needed in our kayaks and one canoe, food, tents and water filtrations, etc., and camped each night on the riverbank when it started getting dark and we found level enough ground. The first night was uneventful, except to say there is nothing like a wall of fireflies against a mountainous black tree line in the middle of nowhere. The second day around sunset, after a long day of kayaking and baking in the July heat, we came off on a stream on the bank that opened up into a large ravine. The stream, as we found out, was a cave spring pouring out blue freezing cold cave water into a lagoon, about 30 feet wide, and so deep the blue water turned black after a few feet. The lagoon had a long sandy beach, secluded by hills on either side and a tall overhang cliff behind and above us. It was beautiful, otherworldly looking. Time moved slowly there. We decided to camp there for the night. The sand is soft, white and very fine, ideal for ground sleeping. For some reason the place deeply frightened me, but I didn't speak up. We're all tired and everyone's having fun. We built a small fire and enjoyed the stars throughout the leafy canopy for a while before everyone goes to bed. I slept hard that night, around 5 AM. I woke up with an urge to relieve myself. It's still dark. I had the tent door zipper about halfway opened, and just put my head out when I heard a loud and terrifying roar and scream. I immediately cowered back into my tent, zipping it up quick, and waited. The scream came from about 10 feet to my left, near the dwindling fire. It's high-pitched, but not like an owl scream. It was a wretched pain scream that got lower at the end. Being in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky, most likely it's from a fox or boar, or some kind of bird, but whatever it is, it made me lay awake for hours listening. I heard absolutely nothing. Granted, we're on a soft beach, but I didn't hear a single twig snap or a leaf crinkle when whatever it was finally shuffled away. I should mention at this time that up the beach and off to the side of the lagoon was a small dry cave opening maybe 3 feet wide. I cannot say with any certainty that it was not some ancient cave-dwelling creature that surfaced to investigate our camp. I somehow fell back to sleep and awoke the next morning shaken. I asked my friends if they've heard the terrible scream, but nobody has. We pressed on down the Green River. The third night at dusk, we came upon a large rocky beach. We pulled our boats ashore and decided that this will have to do, as we don't want to go in further and get the risk of being stuck in the water at dark. This rocky beach was where the river splits in two, and in the middle formed a collection of pale rocks, tall grass and dried out wood. A desolate pile with much the size of a football field. The landmass is covered in jumping sand spiders and tiny frogs, again otherworldly. We set up camp, ate, and went to bed around the same time. It's silent for around another half hour until I'm asleep. Suddenly though, my dreams are interrupted by what sounded like a loud boom, mechanical wooden beast. I awoke and shot up immediately. This is truly the loudest thing that I've ever heard in my life. It sounded like a massive bulldozer tearing down a huge steel wooden building. Then came a boom, followed by its echo throughout the river valley. The animal shifted and the birds flew away. We're all awoken by the crashing, yelling and confusion to each other in our tents. Nothing but silence followed outside our tents, and no one was particularly willing to shine a flashlight towards the woods. Eventually, we all decided to fall in tree and go back to sleep. The next morning, I thought about it some more. It didn't sound just like a tree falling. I must stress it had a metallic quality, and it was projected purposefully like a roar. In the morning, we find no evidence of anything out of the ordinary, nor any obvious fallen trees that could have made such a loud sound. so we pack up and head out onto the river one last time to head home. My friends and I still talk about that trip and all the weird things that happened. We did the same kayak trip a couple of years later, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. I'm an avid hunter and love to go hiking, so the outdoors is nothing new to me. For as long as I can remember, I've been exploring. I love all the different things you can find outside. I like the smells of the plants, the sounds of the creatures, the nightfall, and how beautiful the stars are outside. I really think I've learned a lot about myself through camping. I'm really improved on lots of different aspects of my life. Now, there was one night about 3 years ago, I went out camping on my own. I wanted to work on some of my primitive hunting skills and just get away from the stress of life. I've been working so hard and felt trapped for a while, so finally getting out was a great thing to me. And I was having a great day. I caught some small animals and was cooking them on my fire. I'd done some reading and wrote in my notes. Something else that helps clear my mind. Now I looked towards my fire and realised that it's starting to go out a bit. So I put some firewood on and decided to trek out and try and get some more wood before nightfall. I know there's going to be a couple of potentially dangerous animals, but I'm not scared because I have my gun and I've seen none in the area. So I begin trekking out when something catches my attention not too far in. There seems to be a hunter's cabin up ahead. I think that's odd because I've never really seen anything like it before. I call out and say, "Hey, is anyone out there?" half expecting someone to be like, "Yeah," and have a good conversation with me. But I'm wrong. I'm only met by my own echoes. I have my gun holstered so I don't feel too scared, and I slowly make my way up there. As I'm going up there, I can hear a voice now, very faintly, almost like a whisper. I just assume it sounds more distant because I'm further away. I eventually get there and am disappointed to discover that it's been abandoned, and I mean for a long time. It looks like this place hasn't been used since the 1950s at least. I look in there and there's not much. An old banjo, decaying massively, unplayable, small pictures that you can't see into, and some mouldy cups. I decide to leave. Luckily I find some firewood just close to it. I'm glad I got firewood and can go back to my camp. I don't realise how dark it's gotten outside. As I'm returning, I start to hear a sound. I think, oh, that's weird, my phone's playing music. I then glance down and realise that my phone's still off. I've kept it this way to conserve its battery, so I stop for a moment. I then realise what I can hear is almost like a stringed instrument. It sounds like it's coming from behind me. I then hold my breath to be dead silent, and what I hear, I still have no explanation for to this day, and shakes me to my core even thinking about. I can hear the sound of a banjo being played from the cabin. I'm so scared that I don't even bother gathering up my things. I simply run out of there back to my car, and have this horrible feeling that I'm being followed the whole way back home. I to this day will never go camping in that part of the woods again. It's the most scary thing I've ever experienced in my life, and I never want to feel again. I had a bizarre experience while I was camping on Apocaly State Park Beach. It's a small stretch of beach with a lagoon on one side and the Gulf of Mexico upon the other. I was setting up closer to the Gulf side, enjoying the stars, just relaxing in my tent at night. This is towards the end of a solo cross-country trip I was on. I had camped all over the country over the previous 35 days, and had never experienced anything too scary happening to me. But while I'm laying there, almost simultaneously, the wind goes completely dead on the ocean. No crashing waves, no sound whatsoever. I never truly understood the term deafening silence until that moment. For some reason, my body's response was complete and utter fear. I don't know why, but it's the most scared I've been along the entire trip. I was waiting for something horrible to happen. I had no idea what, but my mind was telling me that something bad's about to happen. But less than a minute later, all the noise returned. Definitely the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. One afternoon, I was completing this 14-kilometer, 5-hour hike on the edge of town. It's an unkept track at uneven ground, overgrown, and in many places you rely on coloured markers nailed into trees because the track's covered in grass and it's not the easiest hike. And it's into some pretty unforgiving terrain. We're all wearing hiking shoes, long pants and long sleeve shirts to minimise the risk of snake bites, etc. We're the only people on the track that day that we saw. It's late afternoon and we're about 2 kilometers from the remote trailhead. We're coming up onto this ridge and see someone heading for us. He's wearing weird clothes that are very tattered. He approaches us on the track with wild hair and says hello, but doesn't ask for a reply, simply looking straight ahead, continuing wandering the track. He has no bag or clothing other than some tattered shorts. By the time we get back to the car, it's dark. We hung around for a bit packing up the car and don't see him again. What's more weird is there's no other cars here. The country is very unforgiving. There's no easy way you can loop back to civilization. All he has is one hike stick. I've never seen anything like it to this day, and I can only assume he's a crazy person out there, living off the wilderness. I had a relative that would seek out ghost towns, and I went with him on a few of his excursions. Most of the time, you would find one that is relatively well known. Things were overgrown, etc. But there would always be signs of squatters / campers and hunters or vandalism. One time, he found out about a very small town that was abandoned in the 20s. After a ton of research, he loaded up supplies and planned to hike there to see if he could find it. After several unsuccessful attempted solo hikes, he brought me along. The hike starts out at an old abandoned railroad junction that itself was 5 to 10 miles off the road. We followed a rail line for about 5 minutes. It kept diminishing as we went. Eventually we get to a point where there was no longer any signs of the railroad line, and we keep going. He's an experienced hiker, and he had a plan where he wanted to go this time. After about 15 or so miles we found it. The town itself was very small. I think there's about 5 houses and a really small general store. One of the houses is in really decent condition. A couple of them have abandoned really quick. Furniture and pictures are left behind. Clothes and other belongings packed but not taken. Almost surreal. We later found out it was dated 1922. The store had some product left on the shelves, but this was not like a store in the traditional sense. It's better described as a trade-in post. There's a few advertiser signs and a few boxes of soap flakes and canned items that we can't make out. I guess the story was that the town existed because it was on a rail line. There was a grain storage facility that was originally located a few miles away from the rail line. My uncle speculated that people in town either owned or ran the grain facility. The grain facility burnt down to the ground and was diverted away with the rail line, thus the town died. Or it could have been that the rail line diverted and then the grain facility burned down later. Like I said, I've been to a few ghost towns before. This was unlike anything I'd ever seen there. The people that lived there were relatively well off. It doesn't appear to be a farming community. Everything looks frozen in time. There's no roads nearby. The closest paved road's probably 30 miles away, and it looks like no one's ever seen this before but us. When I was a kid in the mid-90s, my friends and I were hiking around in the woods behind our house on ways home a timber property, and found an abandoned farmhouse. The weird thing was that the house had been left so abruptly. There was still an open mail, a magazine sitting on the coffee table, all dated back to the same date in the 1950s. Sheets and blankets still on beds, clothes still in drawers, pantry full of canned and jarred food. Half of it exploded or leaked, dishes in the sink even, unburnt candles sitting out waiting to be used. A fridge outside full of food that had been turned to muck and dust. After years of exploring, we'd never come across anything like this. Even the chicken coop had dozens of skeletons in it. There's even pig skeletons left in the pen. A tractor was parked in the garage and was in great shape for its age. It didn't occur to me as a kid at the time, but aside from the house having been left so suddenly, it was remarkable that the place had been undisturbed. There was no vandalism, signs of entry as far as I could tell. We were the first people to step foot in there for 40 years. Not really camping, but as kids, we lived in a new neighbourhood. It was next to about 40 acres of woods and farmland. There were several abandoned houses and barns, equipment and random junk. It was great to grow up there, as we spent nearly every day exploring the area. But there was one house off the main road, about 200 yards into the woods. It looked abandoned, but a woman lived there. We found out the hard way by trying to get into the house one day, she came out screaming at us. She was scary as hell looking, wearing a dirty dress, gross hair, looking like she's never had a shower. Needless to say, we stayed away from her most of the time. We also never told our parents because we knew they'd never let us play back there again. We did go back though sometime, naming her Crazy Mary. We'd spy on her and dare each other to get as close as possible. Even then, never getting closer than 100 feet from her home. About 12 years later, I am home from college and my mum tells me that they took this woman to a mental place. Apparently she lived there the whole time with her dead mum and dad propped up in chairs in the living room. The figures had been dead there for 15 years, dying of natural causes and being propped up by Mary. That means that they were probably freshly dead when we got chased away all them years ago. One of the most surreal things I experienced was while camping. It happened about 2 years ago. I was out collecting firewood. I remembered I forgot something and had to go back to my tent. The second I step out again, it's like the world stopped. There's no sound at all. No birds, no wind through the trees, no bugs or cars in the distance. Nothing. I was the only thing making sound, as though someone pressed mute on a volume dial. Inside my tent's fine, just not outside. After being outside for 10 minutes or so, it's like an explosion of sound happened. Suddenly birds are chirping, the wind is blowing through the trees and I can hear everything again. Truly an unreal experience. My family used to camp in Angolian Park in Ontario when I was a kid. We used to do a lot of the day hikes with our dog. The dog was a crazy runner and run up and down the trail, back and forth between my parents and my brother and me. This one trail ended at a lookout. My brother and I stopped to take in the view, and my dog arrived seconds later running at full speed. He attempted to apply the brakes, but he had so much momentum carrying him that he goes right over the edge. We freak out. Our dogs just went over a cliff, and it's a good 60-foot drop. I venture over to the edge to look, and my dog somehow landed on one ledge that sat about 10 feet down. Now what? At any moment, my dog will fall the rest of the way down. It's a sheer drop with no way back up. Then out of the blue, from the trail behind, a hiker appears with full climbing gear. Now I've never seen anything like it before. The guy goes down, saves my dog, and packs up and leaves. He didn't even stick around to say his name. To all intent and purposes, he returned to the trail and vanished. One of my friends went on a solo fly fishing / camping trip for a weekend. He's in the middle of a creek fly fishing and kept on hearing this weird garbling sound coming up from the creek. So eventually he decided to check it out when he took a break for lunch. It turned out to be a homeless guy that tried to commit suicide by shooting himself. My friend hauled back to call 911 and had to hike back in to show the cops and medics where the guy was, but he was never found. My buddy was so freaked out that he just laid there for hours not knowing what to do. I was camping at Yellowstone / Grand Tent a few years ago. We set up our camper at an actual site and decided to do some 2-day long backpack trips in some of the longer trails. The second one was the Cascade Canyon. Actually beautiful. So we get about 10 minutes into the 22-mile loop and decide to set up our tent here since it was getting dark. We cook some food and chill for a bit before heading back to bed. It gets to around 2 a.m. and we're suddenly all awoken by some sound outside. My mind immediately goes to bears. Then it starts talking. I'll never forget it. I think there's 3 or 4 in a tent. Let's just go out, someone said. None of us can sleep the rest of the night. At the crack of dawn, we hightail it out of there. Hike 12-ish miles into about 3 hours and get to a ranger station, reports what happened. They said they had received a similar call the night before. They sent a ranger down there. I never found out what was going on. Didn't hear anyone getting hurt. But then again, I didn't want to look into it. In my college days, now 20 years ago, me and my friends often took off to the North Georgia mountains on the weekend. We wanted to smoke, drink and commute with nature. These mountains were perfect. One weekend, however, this unsettling event occurred to me. My friend Bill and his German Shepherd Monty headed out towards Sky Valley. It was the beginning of the fall semester at UGA, and not much was going on yet. We had found an area where a dirt road led back half a mile, and then we would hike in another mile or so and set up near a creek. Excellent trails were nearby with fun places to explore, not to mention flat ground perfect for setting up camp. Bill and I arrived at our spot at around 4 p.m. and we got a fire going. We were musicians, Bill playing a guitar and me being a percussionist, so we started jamming. After 10 minutes, we chat about life and girls before tucking in for the night. It was a clear night, so we just slept under the stars. It is important to take note that we have not seen any sign of any other people in the area during any of our other trips. At about 2 in the morning though, I am awoken by Monty growling, a deep growl that I've never heard before. Bill was still dead to the world, that'd be me. And I sat up and look around and listen, thinking maybe an animal had come to our campsite. The fire was only embers at this point. I hear barely audible voices in the distance. Focusing on the area of the voices, I see a faint red glow, followed by another faint glow to the left of the first. This is about 100 yards away, my mind connecting what I'm seeing. Cigarette embers burning that are approaching us. "Bill, wake up," I whisper. Bill rose from his sleep and has no idea what's happening, and I explain to him. At this point, Monty started barking as the strangers approach our camp. Now around this time, the others stood up, who were completely unfazed by our now rabid 80-pound German Shepherd, and we see 2 incredibly unkept late 30s or 40s looking weird guys. Bill told Monty to calm down. I'll never forget the look of these guys, skinny as hell, about 5'8", looking like something out of a swamp horror film, and probably 5 teeth between them, each having huge knives attached to their belts. "What you boys doing out here? Looks like you're having fun," they said. We responded and told them that we had been out there to camp and drink some beer, then asking for one, to which we gave them. They said did we want to hang out with them, and we declined, saying we have to be out early. Now throughout the conversation, anything Bill or I said, they looked at each other before responding. Finally, before leaving, one of them said, "You'll stay safe. You never know who you could run into out here," and winked as they walk away laughing. We pack up a few hours later and leave, and never went back there again. The fact that we're only awoken because of the dog still terrifies me. As I've mentioned in my previous post before, my family has had some remote land up in the mountains outside of Eureka. I come down here a few times every year and haven't really experienced anything too out of the ordinary. But last night was different. Different to say the least. I didn't know this before, but apparently this area is pretty popular for UFO sightings. I still don't know if that's what this was, but I'm having a very hard time to come up with a logical explanation. We had a good fire going for a few hours, and after everyone else went to bed, it was just my dad, my fiance and I left. So we're all gathered round there, just talking, even about constellations. So we all leaned back and were staring up at the sky. My fiance then pointed out a light that was noticeably brighter than the stars. It was steadily moving. Immediately I figured it as a satellite, but my dad chimed up with, "I don't think it is. Watch it for a second." My dad and I are hugely into aliens, and both have had a fair amount of sightings in the past. I focused closer on the light and saw it wasn't just gliding across in a straight line, it was zigzagging, back and forth, moving eastwards. Three of us are explaining about how weird it was when suddenly it screeched towards the southern mountains. I'm thinking to myself, okay, is this actually happening? The light just stopped suddenly, hovering above the mountain for at least 5 minutes. At this point, we're all saying it's definitely not a satellite, with the occasional comment like, "Wow, this is wild." The light started to shift again to the right until it was behind a tree, and we lose sight of it completely. We went back to the normal campfire for a couple of minutes, and my fiance gets some drinks. As soon as he got up, the entire sky lit up in an almost painfully bright white flash, like lighting on steroids. This was a crystal clear night. There wasn't a storm on the radar for miles and miles. We couldn't even see one little wispy cloud. It could not have been lighting. My dad and I are the only ones who saw it, as most people were asleep and my fiance's inside. There wasn't a single sound when it happened, no boom or rumble, but the entire mountain went dead silent for a few minutes after. I mean, honestly, it's just so eerie. It's like time around us paused momentarily, and my dad ended up feeling so uncomfortable and anxious that he just went to bed. The two of us stayed up for a while after, but we didn't see anything weird or any flashes, but we had a very heavy sense of unease afterwards. Back in October of 1989, my mum and I went up to the western part of Northern Carolina for a week to see the leaves change colour. We rented a cabin which was owned by the cousin of my brother's former high school band teacher who had retired several years earlier. The band director was more or less keeping watch over the place. Now, he actually lived down the street, but it wasn't until Friday afternoon that we saw him. The cabin was somewhat in the wilderness, but it was near a main road. The band director had to go away for the weekend and was letting us know. We had the name of the cousin in case we needed any help. This was on a Friday afternoon. Up until that time, the trip has been uneventful. Friday evening we went to a church dinner, which was down the road. When we came back home, it's already dark. My mum started thinking about, we're the only ones on this road, and we don't know where the nearest neighbour was, which is a little unsettling. The moon wasn't full, but there was light to the moon. We had separate rooms in the cabin. The power went out in the cabin shortly after we come back from the church dinner. Then my mother heard what sounded like footsteps, and she saw what looked like an outline of a hat. There was a man walking around near the cabin. Then we saw this hat disappear to the woods. By this time, both of us are terrified that this man is going to come into the cabin to hurt us. Both of us wondering if he had cut the power source. I decided to sleep in bed, which is near my mum's room. We tried to sleep, but then were awoken by an owl howling. My mum could see the owl's eyes, which were looking into the window. The drake couldn't be closed entirely. The owl didn't take its eyes off my mum the entire night. The owl also hooted all night. My mum tried to ignore the owl, but his presence really unnerved her, and this unnerved me. Neither of us could sleep at every noise that jarred us. It would be like, what's that? What noise is that? And every once in a while we would see the outline of the hat walking around the general area. Then it'd go off into the woods. Both of us are freaked out at this point, but we weren't about to leave in the middle of night. There was no phone in the cabin, and this is long before cell phones were in common usage. The power did finally come back on several hours later, or seemed to. Now originally we were gonna leave on the Sunday, but as soon as the sun came up on Saturday, we left. A couple of days later my mum got a call from the band director. Apparently the man we saw was a mountain man who was very weird and done weird things around other cabins and is known in the area. This happened to my FIL probably 10 years ago in a hunting cabin in Alabama. It popped into my head as we're heading out there tomorrow for a few days of deer hunting. He told me to go ahead and share the story. It's short, but as I get a little creeped out in the woods, this would have freaked me out. So, as many people probably know, we get out an hour or so before light and climb into a tree, into a stand, usually fairly deep into the hunt. Now on this morning, my FIL has been in his stand for a couple hours, and it was getting light and he was reading a book as he wanted to wait for something to happen. Out of the fog, he heard a woman's voice much closer than anyone should have been to him at that time. She's calling Hunter, oh Hunter, in a very singy voice, like a mother calling to her child. Now as I said, we're pretty deep in the woods. There are sticks and dried leaves everywhere. You generally make a pretty good racket getting to your stand, which is why we get out so early. Not only that, but in order to know where he was and spot him in the camouflage tree, she must have seen his light when he walked out and followed him into the woods and waited hours before calling him. His first thought was that the woman was calling someone named Hunter, maybe her son. She called again and realizes that he is a hunter. She turns around, peers around the trees and sees a young woman. She, in very few words and in halting speech, explains that something's wrong with her hot water heater and wants to know if he can come and look. Now the strangeness of the situation hasn't set in yet, and he's a give the shirt off his back kind of guy, Not to mention he's nearly 6'2", 300 pounds with a gun. So he wasn't too worried about this small woman and starts getting down to have a look. He follows her back to her mobile home, which borders our hunting land, probably about 10 minutes away. She walks inside, leaving the door open. He is trailing behind a little, so as he gets to the door, kind of knocks and sticks his head in to say hello. There's no answer. When he entered the laundry room, he can see there is a hot water heater and it's just pouring out of the bottom. Just absolutely pouring, I mean. He walks over and turns the valve off and says hello again, but hears nothing. The house is empty. Empty of people anyway. A disaster is inside though. At this point, he's starting to see how strange it is, and decides that this is just a kind of situation where you get robbed then murdered and nopes out of there. Now, we have hunted this land for years since and have never seen anyone at this place. Every time I pass her place, it sends chills up my spine. I don't know if she was a ghost or something, but this was definitely some kind of setup, and I'm glad that we all got out of there okay. Had we been weaker, smaller targets, I'm sure the whole situation would have gone a lot differently. I went hiking with my boyfriend and a few of his friends. The 5 of us were heading up a not so popular mountain trail that's about 10 minutes long up to a small lake. We saw 2 couples on their way down, but no one had passed us on our way up. Now the trail isn't super easy, and wildlife is pretty common. We see a moose about 3 miles in, so we're all on guard for more moose or a mountain lion or anything that can cause a problem. After the moose, we ran into a small patch of snow that's maybe 100 feet along the trail. Past the snow, we walk about another 20 to 30 yards and find a deer's rib cage and spine. We gathered around it not saying much, and one of the guys turns it over with a stick. It was picked totally clean. After we stand up, an older guy is standing like 10 feet away from us just staring. Not one of us heard or saw him walk up. It was like he just appeared. After we make eye contact, he just turns around, jumps over the little creek, cutting through 18 inches of snow, then walking up the side of the mountain to disappear.